meeting. The challenge we have but from this meeting that I have attended today, yesterday and today, has given me the zeal to go back as the vice chair of that caucus to awaken the spirit of Christians in parliament, Christian parliamentarians. Do you know what happened? The Muslims there, they have built a mosque in the compound of the parliament. And the Speaker of Parliament said, no, this is a slap to us. He has started a foundation to build a chapel in the compound of the Parliament so that we'll be using it. And to tell you, our government has started relationship again fresh to even open an embassy in Israel. And they are working on it presently.
Sierra Leone is represented this year in the UN Security Council.
Yes, that was what I wanted to say.
Yeah, and your nation came out with a strong statement condemning the Hamas atrocities in the beginning of the year.
Yes.
That's a words on applause.
Yes, our president did that, and presently our president is trying to put Africa on the Security Council, because Africa is not represented, and it has come out with a very strong statement. If Africa is part of the Security Council, I believe our voices for Israel will stand. Look here. Israel in itself, we as Africa, especially in Sierra Leone, we just believe is a God's country, that nobody should touch it.
But let me just give you a little hard question.
Okay.
Because Africa is not a country, it's a continent.
I know.
And we see the struggle in the African Union of a simple thing as the observer status. So there are different opinions within the African continent regarding Israel. So, but what we saw this year was that an African country, a Christian country like Sierra Leone, came out with a support for Israel.
Yes.
So how would you see that the Christian, I mean, we know how South Africa is acting with Algeria trying to harass Israel in the institutions of international law. How do you see moving forward that the voice that Sierra Leone represents will be the African voice?
Thank you very much. I think, let me give you one quote from the Bible, 2 Corinthians 4, 8 to 9. It says, we are troubled, but we are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken. Cast down, but not destroyed. Israel is being pressed from every aspect. But let me tell you, it will not be destroyed. And Sierra Leone stands for that. We don't believe in how many number, in thousands, no. When I go back, I have to talk with the chair of my caucus, who is also a very strong advocate for Israel, to ensure that the laws we make in our parliament that has to do with support for Israel are very strong, and we come out with a very strong statement, because we believe if we do that, we have a special blessing from God. As a country, we believe in God's own divine intervention in Sierra Leone, and if we are to receive that from God, we have to support God's own country, and that is Israel. It's a blessing for us.
And I think that is really that we should take a moment and value what we are part of, because after the atrocities of October 7, your country kind of, in a way, showed leadership in the Security Council. Yeah. It was an African country that made a voice of sanity and truth and righteousness. Yeah. And also South Sudan was one of the first countries that came out actually with a strong statement condemning Hamas and supporting Israel. And the architects are right here in this conference. So thank you. We move on to our last delegate on the panel. Present your country and a comment on the debate discussion you have heard here now.
Thank you for the opportunity given me. My name is Awo Oliver Baminjo, Member of Parliament in Cameroon. And before I continue, I will plead with the delegates in the hall to do my wife a favor. Because early this year, we had our boy child, and my wife said we must name this child after Israel. My wife said we must name this child after Israel. And given the circumstances surrounding Israel, my wife's stand for Israel and myself is not questionable. So I just wish that you people should say thank you for this decision to support Israel even at a very difficult moment. I just need the hall to say thank you to my wife.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So three things I want to clear the air before I continue to the comments that you have asked. The first thing is that I want to say that yesterday, the chair of the United Nations General Assembly was sworn in and is from Cameroon. The one who will be presiding the United Nations General Assembly this year comes from the same region with myself and the senior and my mother there sitting. Can she just stand up so that you people can see her? That woman, you people are seeing her like that, is a strong force to reckon with in our country. She is the deputy chair of the majority party in the Senate, and she is a member of the Politburo of the ruling party, the highest organ of the ruling party in our country. And she is a lone member from the region where we come from. So you people should put your eyes on her. Thank you very much. And also, the moderator said after the attack by Hamas on the 7th of September, Sierra Leone, South Sudan, they came out and made powerful statements. I also want to add that the first African leader to write condemning the attack, consoling with the state of Israel, was the president of Cameroon, His Excellency President Paul Biya. That letter was written immediately after the 7th September attacks. And at that time, Israel had already started incursion into the Hamas territory. But the head of state, the president of my country, did not mention anything to that end. He only condemned and consoled with the state of Israel. That tells you the kind of leadership we have in our country as far as the state of Israel is concerned. And the position of our country in relation with, to Israel is not debatable. The head of state, President Paul Biya, has made it clear, and we align to that vision. Our country collaborates with Israel in many areas. In the domain of security, the Israeli military as the one training our elite forces, the Rapid Intervention Battalion, even the Presidential Guard of our country are being trained by the Israeli military. We collaborate with them in many areas, which we do not in any way think that our position as far as Israel is concerned is something that we are dancing with it. But thank you very much, and I want to use the opportunity to thank the Right Honorable Speaker of Malawian Parliament, who enabled me to be part of this session. I really want to thank Right Honorable Speaker Hara Katrain Gatuna, who made it possible for me to be part of this summit.
Thank you very much, and I must say I'm very encouraged because after October 7, it has concerned me deeply that 80 years after the Holocaust in Europe, we have seen anti-Semitism rise like I never thought I would see in my lifetime in the streets of my country. And coming to this conference for me and be able to share how Cameroon has taken a stand, Sierra Leone has taken a stand, South Sudan has taken a stand, that voice needs to be heard in the European capitals. And I think that this summit is somehow a crossroad where we need your voice in Europe. And again, this summit must strengthen the resolve. It's not about color. It's not even about religion. I am communicating with Arab Muslim diplomats that would be on this panel and agree with us. I think there's a whole new era where people of goodwill and righteousness have to stand up against neo-Marxists and Muslim radicals wherever they are. And I'm very encouraged to be here in this summit with you. But I was just thinking, Cameroon reminds me of Israel in one way, because I've had the opportunity to visit your country, and I went to Douala, where we had the conference. But your capital is not there. You have a business city, and you have a capital in Cameroon. So what would you, where are your the embassies in your nation located? In the commercial city or in the capital?
Thank you. You talked about the Holocaust in Europe, and reminds me, early this year, because I have a program with the Council of Europe on cybercrime and cybersecurity, so I often visit Strasbourg, the headquarters of Council of Europe. And so this year we were having our program at Strasbourg in France. And so my wife again insisted that you must go to Berlin and visit the Holocaust Memorial Site. So I went to Berlin, I visited the Holocaust Memorial Site, because it's also very good to be able to face the reality, to know what Israel has passed through, so that you can really understand exactly what you are talking about. So I visited the Holocaust Memorial Site in Berlin, and it reminded me of what Israel has passed through. Coming back to the question that you just posed, in our country we have what is called the economic capital, which is Douala. Then we have what is called the political capital. In the political capital, that is where the seat of the administration of the country, the presidency is there, ministerial department is there, and all foreign embassies are found in the political capital. That is Yaoundé. And that's where the embassy of Israel is found. And it will interest you to know that before we came to this summit, we were received by the Israeli ambassador to Cameroon. We met with him, and we informed him officially that we, as a Cameroonian country, as a Cameroonian delegation, will be attending the first ever Pan-Africa-Israel Parliamentary Summit in Addis. He was very impressed. He blessed us even from Yaoundé. If you can see Ma sitting there, you see what he gave us from the embassy. He gave us the insignia, Israel flag and Cameroonian flag, before we left Yaoundé to attend this summit.
My point is that Yaoundé is your Jerusalem, and Douala is your Tel Aviv. So how would you feel if all the nations in the world say, we come, we love you, respect you, and we put our embassies in Douala?
You know, one thing we share, the question you asked my former panelists, the common things that Israel and Africa share. One thing Africa and Cameroon share with Israel is respect for sovereignty. We respect the sovereignty of Israel, and Israel respect our own sovereignty. And so it is, we understand the situation in Israel. And when the former United States President, Donald Trump, signed sending back the United States Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, us Christians, we felt very comfortable. And at that time, at that particular time, our country, our ambassador in Israel had just been retired. And so a former Minister of Post and Telecommunication was appointed to Israel. Like I said earlier, the process of our country aligning to the aspirations and the desires and the laws of the Israel are defined by the Israeli government, and our country follows. And so we understand that the desire of Israel is to send back the embassy to Jerusalem, which is in accordance with biblical principles. We are standing for it. And so those are one of the things that when we go back, the chair of my caucus, who is present here, we are going to be put up a motion, be meeting the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to find out the procedures and the steps, how far they have gone with sending back our embassy to Jerusalem.
Thank you. That is very powerful. Again, to our live audience from Addis Ababa, there's a clear and righteous call to move the embassies to Jerusalem. I just want to give our live audience one last comment from every one of you. If you have just one message from Africa to the world regarding Israel, very short, what would come out from our Kenya delegates?
Yeah, very short, but 2 points. The first thing is Kenya is now lucky to be the headquarters of the Kenya-Israel initiative. And we do hope and undertake that once we are back home, we need to strengthen this particular caucus, especially in Parliament, because this message needs to reach more people. But just a word of understanding that the challenge that we face in many of our countries is when we have Christian and Muslim communities. Then governments become ambivalent in the way they pronounce themselves on Israel. So we need to strengthen the Christian unity. Here, you know, I'm Catholic, they are Presbyterians, they are everybody. We ourselves need to be united so that we can defend Israel as the custodians of the Holy Land. And we undertake that from here, this conference has illuminated many things and given us the new strength with which to deal with the Israeli issues.
I just want to make a comment on that. You're exactly right. Israel is now receiving embassies in Jerusalem from South American countries.
Yep.
And the political change in South America has come from the unity between the Catholics and the evangelicals.
Yep.
That's a very strong political power
And
that we need to strengthen in Africa.
And the Presbyterians, because
Of course,
the Presbyterians that unity is very important.
Very important. Thank you. We go to Seychelles. Very short. We have to conclude.
Okay, just very shortly, I just would like to say is that for us, like I said, Israel is like family for us. So we are one world. We all belong to the same global community. And I will stick again, you know, we can talk a lot, like I know we're going to sign a resolution when we leave this room this afternoon. And are we going to put it into action afterward? So that's why I was stressing on the point that there's already lots of treaty that lots of country has been signed, but is not yet accredited. So if you get it accredited, it will be a force for us to have the power to fight against our enemies. So we need to go through this and make sure that we can support Israel the way, not just talk and then no action. So that's my advice. Thank you.
Thank you. Closing statement from Sierra Leone.
Yes, one action I believe we will take, and on behalf of the caucus, we will persuade the president and the ministers, the foreign minister, the negotiation they are on to open the embassy in Israel should be in Jerusalem. We'll come out with a very strong statement and present it as a caucus to the foreign minister and to the president. We will also unite all Christians, no matter which church or denomination you belong to, organize them to come out with a very strong press statement as to our stand as a country for Israel. Thank you.
And the final word goes to Cameroon.
My last advice to the state of Israel, or my advice to the state of Israel is the state of Israel should remain united at this very difficult moment. Because I am saying this from what I saw when the 6 hostages were killed about 2 weeks ago or a week ago. I saw a lot of people on the street marching and protesting, but I want to advise the state of Israel to remain united, because on our part, we are standing with you people. So let the state of Israel remain united. The war cabinet that was formed at the beginning of the challenge, the war cabinet should remain united, because in Africa, there's an African proverb that says that unity is strength.
Thank you all for participating in this panel. Thank you for our live viewers, and that's the conclusion of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will ask the ones who are helping me with the stage to bring down the seats, and then we can have a podium. Thank you very much. As that is ongoing, indeed, you will agree with me that the sentiments from those members of parliament, and we're going to get more panels throughout the day, for at least more members of parliament to speak their heart out. We really appreciate that. We know that the strongest parliamentarians I have met in the world are African parliamentarians. And I say this with profound respect, because the nature of issues that they have to face in their nations are profound. And therefore, I hold a peculiar, profound respect for African parliamentarians. Every time I meet them, I know that they are a force to reckon with, and I hold them in very, very high regard. And I say that as somebody who is active in politics in my own country, within even the presidential advisory team of His Excellency William Samoei Ruto. When the attack happened, the October 7th attack happened, the president in my country, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, issued a statement. But I can tell you, one of the things that happened to any Christian president that shows his support for Israel is that they are alienated, they are threatened on many other fronts. And one of the things that we want to do is approach Christian presidents in Africa and ask them to establish an alliance. And we are fronting that alliance as the African Christian Governance Alliance. Let the heads of state in Africa that are from the Christian background unite together and make faith-based decisions together. Once they do that, there's strength and security in numbers. They will not be able to be alienated for any kind of abuse by those who support jihadism. This has been happening. Fortunately, when we met the Speaker of the National Assembly of Malawi, she told us that unfortunately the enemies of Israel are mobilizing heavily members of parliament from different countries to go and train them on exactly how to hate Israel. They said this first Africa-Israel Parliamentary Summit is timely to ensure that Christian parliamentarians are equipped with the right tools, not only to support the state of Israel, but to defend the territory of their faith in their countries. I'll give you a case study of Liberia. One of the members of parliament who is Christian in faith, the jihadists ganged against him and ensured in his constituency, because of his Christian faith, it doesn't get to parliament again. And so if we don't consolidate and come up with a plan to join up together and strengthen each other in our constituencies, in our nations, and globally, we will find no space to breathe. Therefore, I'm extremely excited that at this particular time, in this season, in this time, God is calling on his people to awaken and understand that we live in days that are evil, and it is not the hour and the time to slumber. That said, allow me to please invite the member of the Knesset, Sharon Heskel, who is going to talk to us about the threats to Israel, its impact to Africa and global peace, security and stability. She will talk to us about UNRWA And she will talk to us about Israel. I think that was done yesterday when Mayan touched on the mentor, trade, faith, international law, Israel's stability in the days of peril, and the call for help and unity from African legislators. Please celebrate her. Honorable members of parliament, you have one of yours from the Israeli parliament who has decided to come out to ask you for help even when they are fighting one of the most brutal wars. I ask you to kindly embrace our conversations. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. And Dennis, thank you so much for this enlightening panel. It was very touching to hear you speak and your statements. I have to say, it really strengthened us to know what good friends we have around the world, and particularly here in Africa as well. And we're really grateful for that. And I just want to touch before my presentation on one thing that Eric actually raised about Kenya and the flower industry in Kenya, and the incredible cooperation that we had in bringing experts to Kenya to learn about the technology to thrive this beautiful industry that Israelis are very proud of as well. But you need to know as well that it actually took a price from Israel. Kenya obviously was able to do it much better and cheaper. And people would buy more from Kenya than from Israel, and our flower industry actually collapsed. It's not existent almost anymore today. And the Israeli government had to compensate also our farmers from the flower industry. And we're proud of it. And we're willing to do that because strengthening those friendships to create more independency among our friends is crucial and important for us. And we were extremely proud of that. And, you know, we're all praying, and I thank God to continue and do that important work and bring more technology and more industries into Africa, and know that God will continue to give us strength and knowledge and insight to build more industries and new technology to bring out to the world and to continue to develop. And thank God, you know, we were given the strength to build over and over again new technologies and new industries that comes out every time, every year. So that was just on that note to say how proud we are in that. Okay, so I'm here today to speak to you about radicalization and foreign aid. I know it sounds disconnected, but for us in Israel, we want to make sure that the Hamas massacre of October 7th, which brought devastation to Israel and suffering to the Palestinian civilians in Gaza, never happen again. And for that, we have to talk about radicalization and foreign aid. We are here to say and act never again. But before I continue, I would like to ask you to join me in a moment of prayer to remember the 1,200 Israelis, young and old, women, children, babies, Holocaust survivors, Muslims, Bedouin, and foreigners who were massacred on October 7, and for the over 100 Israelis that are still being held captive. And I will read this prayer in Hebrew. מי שברך אבותינו, אברהם, יצחק ויעקב, הוא יברך את חיילי צבא ההגנה לישראל ואנשי כוחות הביטחון העומדים על משמר ארצנו וערי אלוהינו מגבול הלבנון ועד מדבר מצרים ומן הים הגדול עד לבוא הערבה ובכל מקום שהם, ביבשה, באוויר ובים. ייתן אדוני אויבינו הקמים עלינו, ניגפים לפניהם. הקדוש ברוך הוא ישמרם ויצילם מכל צרה וצוקה ומכל נגע ומחלה, וישלח ברכה והצלחה בכל מעשה ידיהם. ידבר שונאינו תחתיהם ויעטרם בכתר ישועה ובעטרת ניצחון, ויקוים בהם הכתוב, כי אדוני אלוהיכם ההולך עמכם להילחם לכם עם אויביכם, להושיע אתכם. ונאמר אמן. October 7th did not happen in a vacuum. It was planned and plotted by Hamas leaders, an Islamic fundamentalist jihadi terror organization, financed and trained by Iran. Hamas has an army estimated at 30,000 fighters just in Gaza. Hamas recruits this army of fighters, of terrorists, from a population that it has succeeded to control and indoctrinate. There are several layers to this indoctrination. There is the religious indoctrination and the radical imams. On the regional level, they are influenced by countries like Iran, Qatar, and Turkey. And on the local level, there is the Palestinian Authority. Like Hamas, it continues its regime of incitement and indoctrination against Israel. The Palestinian Authority praises terrorists who kill Israelis, and it pays them a lifetime salary. The more Jews you kill, the bigger the payout. No members of the Palestinian Authority condemn the October 7th massacre. So the next time someone tells you the Palestinian authorities should be strengthened and should run Gaza, ask them what the Palestinian Authority has to say about Hamas, what Hamas did on October 7th. But perhaps the most deeply ingrained institution in Gaza that allows Hamas easy control of Gaza to feed its people and indoctrinate its youth is an international institution which is under the United Nations umbrella. An accomplice to the indoctrination of Palestinians in Gaza, which culminated in the Hamas October 7th massacre, is the United Nations, and specifically UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Work Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East. This United Nations agency was born in sin. It gives special status to the Palestinian, quote, refugees over all other refugees in the world, setting up a special organization just for them to perpetuate their status forever. Excuse me, I'm gonna hold on. And it's not working. Maybe to here? Where should I aim it? Should I just tell you every time to move it? So just the first one. Just move it manually, if possible. Okay. In 1948, there were about 700,000 Palestinian refugees after a war they instigated. Today, no matter where those families immigrated to or resettled, they are still considered Palestinian refugees and grew from that number to almost 6 million refugees just because of UNRWA's definition. And I put the different definition here for you to read, and I'll read it out. So the UNHCR definition for refugee is a refugee is someone who has been forced to flee his or her country because of persecution, war, or violence. A refugee has a well-founded fear of persecution for reasons of race, religion, nationality, political opinion, or membership in a particular social group. UNRWA which is a Palestinian refugee agency, has a different definition, and I'll read it out to you. Persons whose normal place of residence was Palestine during the period 1st of June 1946 to 15th of May 1946, and who lost both home and means of livelihood as a result of the 1948 conflict, Palestine refugees and descendants of Palestine refugees, males, including legal adopted children, are eligible to register as in UNRWA services. So, hold on. The UNHCR, the United Nations High Commission of Refugees, helps over 108 million refugees and internally displaced persons globally. UNRWA assists today almost 6 million Palestinian refugees. So you ask the definition from 48. How come it turned from 700,000 to 6 million today? I mean, look on conflicts that were years and years ago, okay? It grows because their children, no matter whether they settled and lived for generations, their children, their grandchildren, their great-great-great-grandchildren are inheriting this status just from a family, like an inheritance. And that's how, even they're residing in Paris, or in Syria, or in Lebanon, or settled in Bethlehem and Jerusalem, they are still defined by UNRWA as refugees and are eligible for that package that they actually receive. The second one, please. Okay. So you see here, for example, Turkey and Cyprus, there was a major conflict, many refugees. There were about 625,000 refugees during the times of the conflict. What happened? UNHCR got in, resettled, and returned the Cypriot refugees to the point that today there's only 2,000 internally displaced people today. Okay? That's a normal situation. Then look on Iran. Iran is continuing, I mean, the war, the revolution continues in Iran, and there's still refugees from Iran every single year, but still, from the revolution in 78, there were more than 100,000 refugees in Iran. Today, it was reduced because they were resettled, they immigrated, to the point where today there's about 75,000 refugees. But the Palestinian Authority is completely different. From the conflict in from 46 to 48, the definition of UNRWA, from 700,000 Palestinian refugees, they actually grow to 6 million refugees. And trust me, it's going to grow. Because if you inherit a social package and you inherit this status, no matter whether you have a huge home or you have millions of dollars in your bank account and you're very well to provide to your family, you will still inherit the status. So you can expect in 10 years this number to grow to about maybe 10 million Palestinian refugees. It means that UNRWA has failed its mandate, and it didn't resettle or placed even a single Palestinian refugees. I'll give you an example. In Jerusalem, there are Palestinians who live for 2-3 generations. They have a home, they have a business, they live really well. They are still Palestinian refugees. They have an Israeli residency, and they can still be considered Palestinian refugees. Zahara, the daughter of Yasser Arafat, I think she lives in Paris. She owns billions of dollars from her father. She's considered a Palestinian refugee, okay? So you need to understand that definition and the comparison between the two. So how did there become 5.9 million Palestinian refugees when there were around 1 million Arabs in total in Palestine before the State of Israel was declared? What constitutes a Palestinian refugee? When the agency began operation in 1950, it was responding to the needs of about 750 Palestinian refugees. Today, 75 years later, when the number should be 0, there are almost 6 million Palestinian refugees who are eligible for UNRWA services. These, quote, refugees don't receive rights or status in countries like Lebanon or Syria or Iraq. They are not allowed, for example, to work in certain professions, like in Lebanon. Palestinian refugees who live in UNRWA refugee camps are not allowed to study or to be doctors or lawyers, for example. They don't receive equal rights like any other citizens, even though they were born and raised in that country. This agency exists to perpetuate the refugee status from generation to generation. Being a Palestinian refugee becomes an inherited status that goes on forever. It is a stand-on profession and a source of income and handout. And the next one, please. Okay. Why work and build a new life for yourself if this organization will provide you food, educate your children, just because you were born to a, quote, refugees? You can see here a UNHCR refugee camp. I'll show it later on as well, okay? You've probably known it. This was in Syria. You've seen them in conflicted area here in Africa as well, in Sudan and area. This is an UNRWA camp in Gaza. Villas, buildings, that's what they actually receive from UNRWA. It's important to understand how a Palestinian refugee camps actually look in Israel. Next one. No, back. Another one? No. It got all mixed. It should be here, this one. Okay. So what you see here is also what UNHCR does all around the world in areas of conflict, okay? You see a temporary shelter, you see a tent city, okay? And that's how their refugee camps actually look. You see an immediate health care, okay? Which looks like that. On the field, tents with beds, all of that. And educational services, you see how it looks like, okay? Now turn to the UNRWA one. No, the other way around. Here we go. Now, here we go. Okay, so permanent homes in a camp in Gaza, you've seen it largely further before. These are villas that the United Nations gives, okay, to the Gazan citizens. You see here, this is Shuafat camp in Jerusalem. Skyscrapers, full apartments, light, everything. They just give them the keys, okay? That's the Palestinian refugee camps in Jerusalem. Long-term health care, okay? It owns 143 hospitals and clinics. If we compare how many hospitals and clinics you have here in Addis Ababa, okay, for your citizens in Ethiopia, I think I'm pretty certain that it won't reach the amount that UNRWA have just in Gaza. The amount of hospitals they have there and medical clinics that were actually provided, built, financed by UNRWA, by the international community. And that's how it looked like. Modern hospital like you would see anywhere else in the world. This is not the tents that you imagine or you see from the UNHCR. And a full education system. It's not tents and people who come and volunteer to go and teach those children. This is a system of 674 full-on schools, high schools that are operated. Their teachers are being paid. So the teachers are being paid by UNRWA. Medical staff is being paid by UNRWA, permanent doctors. But it's not just the teachers and the medical staff. It goes all the way to paying, for example, the street cleaners. These are UNRWA workers, the street cleaners in Gaza. So the services that they get provided, like sewage and water and electricity, these are actual government services that are meant to be provided by a government. But the Palestinians are receiving it from UNRWA permanently. Hold on. And then the next one, please. Hold on. Okay. So, hold on. The most shocking number you will hear now is that 70% of Gazan citizens, most of them were born in Gaza, at least for a generation or two, okay, are refugees. 70% of the Gazan citizens, and this number is going to continue to rise. They have been refugees for more than 75 years on their own land. They have been refugees even after the United Nations and the international community declared their independent autonomy in 2005. Why? Because it's profitable, okay? If your children in a government that doesn't really look after your need, your welfare, your health care, there's an international community that is going to provide you all of the things that you need, education to your children, a healthcare system, housing, sewage, water. Why would you want to get out of it? And that continues to perpetuate the cycle of refugees. It means that descendants, okay, are retaining, they inherit the actual status, and then the numbers keeps on rising. Then the education system continues to teach them hatred and violence towards Jews. So there's a constant conflict between us. Then, because of this indoctrination, they actually become members of Hamas. Because it's easy. The hatreds that they raised, controlling those assets, being provided by the international community. And then they continue to build families on the same idea. And UNRWA already financed their family, their welfare, their healthcare, and their education. And their children continue to inherit it. It's a cycle that never ends. So, I think it's the next one. So it's profitable to be a Palestinian refugee. It means that everything is being taken care for you by the international community. Another number that I don't know if you were aware of, okay? This is what they're responsible for. So all non-Palestinians refugees, okay? This goes by the UNHCR, and that's UNRWA, okay? UNHCR is looking after 108 million refugees and displaced people, okay? UNRWA is looking after, let's say, 6 million people. While the UNHCR is holding 20,700 workers worldwide, UNRWA hired 30,000 workers just for the Palestinians. So you understand the comparison. Next one, please. When a Hamas official was asked after October 7 why they did not care for the humanitarian needs of ordinary Gazans, he answered, that was the responsibility of the United Nations. And it's true. In Gaza, UNRWA employs a staff of 10,000 people to run its schools. Others are employed and paid by UNRWA for medical services, food, and supplies. Who leads the UNRWA Workers' Union? Hamas, okay? Also in Gaza and also in Lebanon, the chairman of the unions of the workers, which is the most powerful working union, okay, are run and managed by Hamas. This is Suhail al-Hindi. He's the chairman of UNRWA Staff Union and principal of UNRWA Elementary School. He was through until 2017. He started in 2004. He was also the spokesperson, a senior Hamas activist. What he did, he was a spokesperson for Hamas. While he was a spokesperson for Hamas, he was also the chair of the teachers of UNRWA. He had two positions. We've been reporting that since 2005. Only in 2007, they fired him, okay, over allegations of corruption. When you hear the allegation of corruption, you mean there was a political issue. They knew through the entire time that a Hamas leader is actually the head of the union's teacher. And they know that now in Lebanon as well, full on. He considers opposition to include the Holocaust in textbooks among greatest achievement. That's what was his achievement and what he was praising for. Okay, so the next one. So who are some of the teachers? Who are some of the teachers? Most are Hamas, okay? And I want to speak to you for a second about their education system, which you might not be aware of, okay? But this is a radical Islamist education system. There isn't another word for that. And it is an UNRWA education system. So first of all, they have 674 schools, okay? The budget is about 735 million. This is 54% of the total. The textbook they have deny any Jewish historical or religious connection to the land of Israel. The textbook and assignment foster anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli sentiments. They demonize Jews. And martyrdom is the highest cause, the glorification of terror. So let's talk about what it means. It means that when you have, for example, and I can give you some of these books, I have them back in Israel. If anyone wants, I can send that to you, to your parliament. For example, when you study math, okay, one of the questions in the book would be, if you shoot a missile, okay, that has the speed of 100 kilometers per hour, and you need it to reach Tel Aviv, which is 30 kilometers away, how long will it take him? That's a regular question in their textbook. For history, for example, they actually study about Dalal al-Mughrabi. Dalal al-Mughrabi was a terrorist who murdered an American citizen, Israelis. How many were there? 25 Israelis, I think, she murdered. And she's been glorified. They teach that in their history classes, okay? So their schools are teaching the hatred towards, Israel and in general towards Western civilization. This is a radical Islamist education system that is funded and operated by the United Nations. It teaches them to hate Israel. And trust me, I'm a woman of education. I sat as a chairman for the education committee in Israel, and I believe that everything starts with education. And if another generation and another generation is learning hatred and violence, this is a picture. This is a picture from UNRWA, from Nusirat. Okay, this is a school play in April 2016. I have many images and videos about what they're doing in the school. But that's a play. These are children dressed as Hamas, and this is an Israeli soldier that they are going to shoot. It's a normal play. It's very simple. You have videos of children talking about it out in the open. That's the regular day-to-day routine. So how can we have a better future if every generation, every children generation learns the same message of hatred and violence? The gradings are anti-Semitic gradings. The more hatred you expose, the better your grades are, okay? Then the next one, please. Okay. Now let's talk about the facilities, okay? In or near almost every UNRWA school or medical facility, the IDF has entered in Gaza. We found rocket launchers, weapons, and ammunition. We found terror tunnels under or in these UN facilities. One of Hamas headquarters was underneath the UNRWA headquarters, taking from them electricity. There's not a chance they didn't know that Hamas was under the headquarters of UNRWA. They were sharing the same building. These facilities are protected under international law, and Hamas is using them like it uses hospitals in Gaza as a military base. And to hold hostages, one of our hostages was murdered in one of these hospitals. Noah Marziano was taken alive to the Shifa hospital and was murdered there by a doctor. It was no shock to me. So I brought some pictures, very few. There's so many evidence to that, okay? This is an explosive device outside UNRWA kindergarten, okay? They found their ammunition, rockets. This is arsenal of weaponry found in the UNRWA kindergarten, Gaza. This is another one. Just all the weapons, ammunition, M16s, Kalashnikovs. This is a terror tunnel shaft under an UNRWA elementary school. You see the UN vehicles. This is just dug in. This is not the entrance. The entrance would have been from inside the building. This is the events that you may have heard about, the hospital of Al-Ahli. It was struck by a misfired rocket launched by a Palestinian Islamic Jihad organization, which was intended for Israeli civilians. Okay, they committed war crimes and endangers the life of both Israelis and Gazan civilians. They were shooting it from the parking lot of the hospital, and the missiles was faulty and landed in the hospital. They blamed Israel for it, but we have the video that shows that it was actually them. This is military intelligence office of Hamas beneath the Shifa hospital, the compound. And we have so much more evidence and videos and pictures of that. So it was no shock to me when the media reported the participation of UNRWA school teachers in an armed attack on Israel. These numbers are prior to the intelligence information that was seized from Hamas. I'm still waiting on the numbers, and they are much higher. If you can bring the other slide. One more. Okay, so about 7,000 of 1,200 employees of UNRWA Gaza are either Hamas members or first-degree relatives, meaning their wives or their children, okay? 1,200 of 12,000 employees of UNRWA Gaza are Hamas high-ranked officials. 120 at least, the numbers are higher, Gazan employees are Hamas military wing, okay? Can we move to the next one? So, does anyone, שחר, יש לנו את העתק? לא, הדף? Did you print it, the page that I asked you? Dennis has it? Does anyone know how to read Arabic? Anyone? You know how to read Arabic? I want to give you a letter. Where did Dennis put the letter? 1 second. Oh, here it is. So you don't think it's my translation. You can also take a picture. You can take a picture and actually Google Translate it. You've got another one? Perfect.
الأخ الفاضل دكتور محمد حمدان حفظك الله مديرية التربية والتعليم خط يونس. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الموضوع منح إذن permission of course. The first is greetings. بدقة تحديكم تحقيقنا وتقديرنا ونسأل الله لكم الحفظ والسداد أما بعد. We just wish you, everything good, and then we want to achieve, with the achievements that we want to, our aims to be achieved, we ask God to give us strength and perseverance. بالإشارة إلى الموضوع علاه with the address or the topic above. نحدي من سيادتكم منح إذن للأخ. With this letter, we are giving the permission. We are asking you to give permission. Mu'taz Abdelrazik Muhammad the reflection is Al-Fawa with this permission, we are asking to give Mohammed Abdul Razik Mohammed والذي يعمل في مديرية تعليم غرب خط يونس حيث إنه ملتزم yeah. Yes. Yes, بتاريخ كذا كذا. In fact, the whole thing is there is a permission to be given to somebody called Mohammed Abdullah Razik Motas so that he can, carry out other activities in
A week's leave, a week's
Yes.
paid leave for an activity.
Yes.
So I'll explain this letter and who it's
Yes.
signed and who it's addressed
It
to.
is on the 28th of September
September.
2023. وبذلك توفيق, with this we give you thanks and so forth. Then it is written and signed by someone. I know my glasses are not very clear.
That's okay. You can also pass it on, and if you know Google Translate, you can take a picture of it, and it will translate it to English and French as well. What this letter is, this is the letter from the head of the division of military of Hamas in, was it Nuseirat or Khan Yunis? One of those neighborhoods. I think it was Khan Yunis, okay? And the chief of this military brigade of Khan Yunis is sending a letter to the manager, okay, the UNRWA manager of the Khan Yunis, okay, operation in Gaza, okay. The district manager of UNRWA in Khan Yunis is being asked by Hamas and thanking him for giving a week leave for Muhammad such and such for going out training, military training on the 26th of September. It means that UNRWA gave a week of paid leave to Hamas militant before the massacre of October 7th. They paid for their training time just before the massacre. And that's from the United Nations. And you can pass it on. We have so much evidence on how UNRWA is not compromised, but it's absolutely rotten to the core. Okay? Can we pass one more? Wait, the one before. So these are some of the people who actually participated in the 7th of October massacre. These are 12 agency workers that actually, we have videos of them murdering, beheading, kidnapping bodies in Israel and driving them back into Gaza, some of them in UNRWA's vehicles as well. The next one, please. So this is Faisal Ali Musalem Al-Naimi. He's an UNRWA school teacher of Arabic. He is a company commander in the Hamas Nuseirat battalion. He participated in the October 7th massacre in Kibbutz Be'eri. 115 residents of the kibbutz were killed or taken hostage. The next one, please. This is the next one. This is Muhammad Nasser al-Din. He's an UNRWA social worker. He's a Hamas terrorist in the Hamas Nuseirat battalion. He abducted the body of an IDF soldier to Gaza. Then the next one, please. Okay. So you understand just from, just from a little bit, it was still no surprise that an UNRWA teacher held one of the Israeli hostages in the basement of his home. An UNRWA doctor held hostages in his attic. Okay? And that was no surprise. This is the report of the teacher. I think it's also, I think it was written, okay. This was a report from the newspaper. If I can have the next one. Okay, so thousands of teachers and staff at UNRWA school have publicly celebrated the October 7th massacre and other Hamas attacks in their social media accounts. That should not be a surprise, considering UNRWA textbooks include content that encourage anti-Semitism, glorify violence, and promote militancy. You can actually enter yourself as well into this Telegram group of UNRWA staff. We saw there thousands of messages praising the October 7th massacre, calling for it, really bad, remarks there as well. Next one, please. So, when you are being asked or told about Israel's and the humanitarian aid and UNRWA, which is a service that's meant to provide it, we support humanitarian relief to civilians in Gaza. We do not support an organization fully compromised by Hamas, whose employees include Hamas terrorists who took part in the October 7th massacre. You need to understand that those positions in UNRWA are lucrative positions. They paid really well, and it's one of the main income sources in Gaza. Hamas has taken over those positions. He's managing them. His people are the one who are getting the contracts to actually fulfill the positions of the United Nations. And so while it's shirking its government responsibility, it's taking on UNRWA and controlling the resource, the governmental services that the citizens needs to receive. Next one, please. Okay. So from what I read in the internet, UNRWA is looking after 893 children in Gaza. They have the number of 2.3 million displaced and affected people by what's happening in Gaza. Sudan, who's been managed by OCHA, and through the UNHCR, okay, which been managed properly, they look after about 14 million children and 25 million people who were affected, not refugees, but people who were affected by the war in Sudan, okay? Now think about it. You hear that there's not enough humanitarian aid coming into Gaza to 2.5 million people. Yet UNICEF was just able to provide, I think it was to about 6 million children in Sudan, clean water. How is that possible? Okay, can we put the next one, please? It is because Hamas is profiting when the humanitarian aid doesn't reach it. I have a video. Shachar, were we able to put the video on? The video that I sent you last night? I'll send it to you on WhatsApp. You see piles and piles of food being thrown to the trash by Hamas. Okay? Why? You ask yourself? Because they want people, the images of people being hungry, being complaining. They want those images because the more these images are coming on, the more international pressure is being put on Israel. There are thousands of trucks, millions of dollars that are being poured in for humanitarian aid. And you know what's the problem? The problem is that Hamas is receiving the humanitarian aid to their hands. I mean, they are managing UNRWA. And when those trucks are coming into Gaza, Hamas is the one that actually delivering them into the logistical center, and they don't want to distribute it. Most of the time, they're actually selling that merchandise in the markets in Gaza because then they can profit from the selling of it and fill their pockets with money. So, in the markets of Gaza, you saw for sale Emirati tents. The Emirati tents that were meant to be distributed for free were sold for 2,000 shekels. The Saudi tents were sold for 3,500 shekels. Okay? The food is being sold. There's labels, everything. Okay? So they are profiting from a humanitarian crisis while Israel is actually bringing in tons and tons of food and aid. So let's talk about the solution. What can we do? What needs to be done? There's a short term and then there's the long term, okay? So solution on the immediate humanitarian relief. Take it out of UNRWA's hand, take it out of Hamas' hands. It means that the UN should activate its OCHA emergency response system as it does in all other crisis situations around the world. If that would happen, if the professional people would have arrived in Gaza, there won't be a humanitarian crisis, okay? But when America held back the funding of UNRWA and said, hold on, our funding is reaching terrorists, Hamas terrorists, we're holding it, and wanted to give it to UNICEF, to the World Food Organization, to go and distribute in Gaza, the chairman of the United Nations warned every UN agency to do not receive UNRWA's fund, because then they compromised it. So the chairman of the United Nations preferred hungry or starving Gazan children than to compromise a rotten and corrupted organization. The International Aid Organization, whose employees are international profession, not local untrained in crisis work, should join aid effort in Gaza. Donor countries should divert funding from UNRWA to OCHA and other international aid organizations, which can account for funding. Today, half of the aid entering Gaza via UNRWA is seized by Hamas. The next one, please. Let's talk about the long term. So, what do we need to do in the long term? What I think needs to do, what we can do together in the long term. So, first of all, one definition for all refugees. Palestinian refugees should meet UNHCR criteria, okay? And if they want to continue to have a Palestinian organization, they should call it a Palestinian organization, or, you know, the current Palestinian government that provide governmental services to the Palestinian, and not a humanitarian aid organization, okay? That's the first one, because that cycle of refugee status is continue to perpetuate the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and in that way, we will never resolve it. International professional lead aid effort, the UN agency, not UNRWA, and other international organizations led by foreign profession should provide professional temporary local assistance with education, health, and social welfare. These responsibilities should be transferred to the local Gazan authority when they are in place, when they're ready to accept that kind of responsibility. Textbook without hate, simple request, okay? Revise textbooks or adopt curriculum from the UAE or the Saudis or the Moroccans. When we signed the Abraham Accord, one of the segments in these accords was to reform their education system, to eliminate all hatred, and to write and to teach about our mutual history. Now, it might not happen in the first generation, but the next generation will be raised and grow on coexistence, on partnership, on good neighboring, on a mutual history. And that is the future of the Middle East. That is what's going to stabilize the Middle East. Okay, next one. No, hold on. No, I think that was the last one. Okay. So, as of 2024, the international community has been heavily involved in assisting refugees affected by the Sudan conflict, okay? The United Nations and its partner have requested $1.4 billion for the regional refugee response plan, which targets nearly 2.7 million refugees, very similar to the number they are supplying aid in Gaza, okay? That was for Sudan. That was for the refugees, returnees, and host communities in their neighboring countries. Despite this, only a fraction of the funding has been secured, with just 7% of the needed funds committed, leaving significant gaps in assisting efforts. It means that 2.5 million Sudanese and affected people that need immediate assistance because of war and a famine that's coming have received only $98 million of what they actually requested. Now, that's while in 2024, the European Union alone committed 125 million euros for the year, okay, for Gaza, just for Gaza. The United States committed over 674 million in humanitarian assistance to support Palestinians, particularly in Gaza and the West Bank. Canada's total contribution for the year, approximately 65 million. German government announced an allocation of 50 million euros. Qatar secured a delivery of over 2,000 tons of aid, okay, through 68 shipment. The Saudis committed to 1,000, already shipped 1,000 tons of aid. Turkey, 3,000 tons of aid, okay? So you see, it's not that there isn't funds, but it depends what campaign you are doing. And Rebecca from Sierra Leone was mentioning in the panel, okay? They exaggerate the number. Why do they exaggerate the number? Because if the numbers are exaggerated, you receive more money, more funds, more compassion, okay? And it's profitable. Simple as that. So now you hear in the streets and in the media about massive demonstration about the war in the refugee camps and what had happened to those Palestinian poor refugees for 75 years. And you know what? That's a complete hypocrisy. Where were they at the Al Yarmouk massacre? A real massacre. There's a Palestinian refugee camp located in Syria. During the Syrian war, Assad entered this Palestinian refugee, UNRWA, United Nations Palestinian refugee camps, and massacred every single one there. You have video. If you Google that, you will see videos of Assad soldiers placing the Palestinian in front of a hole and shooting them, one after the other. Where were the mass demonstrations for the real massacre? Where were the people marching with Palestinian flags? None. Zero. So you understand, it's not about caring for Palestinians, it's about the hatreds towards Jews. After the 7th of October, we swore never again. Now we are at war against Hamas. But when the war is over, a new challenge will begin, and this challenge will be to end indoctrination and incitement in Gaza, especially in school, so that there will never be another October 7 where Hamas can recruit soldiers from these schools. If we are to win the hearts and minds of the children of Gaza, so there won't be another war between Israel and Gaza, so that maybe one day we can coexist, we need to dismantle UNRWA and stop them from perpetuating the conflict and the hatreds towards Jews. UNRWA isn't Hamas. It isn't Iran. It isn't the Palestinian Authority. It is an agency of the United Nations which is funded by countries like some of your countries as well. If we want to discuss how we can build a better future for Israelis and Palestinians, I have a simple proposition. If we are able to shut UNRWA down after the war, we stand a much better chance. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Sharon Haskell. Please celebrate her again. Sharon, indeed, that's absolutely eye-opening. Honorable members, one of the things that I want to remind you is that the biblical principle of first the Jew. I can assure you 100%. What is happening in Israel, through especially UN outfits, highly likely that it is happening in your countries. I wrote an article and I said that the UN is obsessed with the Israel-Hamas war because of their anti-Semitic posture. The UN today has been taken over by nefarious entities that are the enemies of Israel. And not just that, the enemies of justice. They have forgotten their statutes. And so it's important that we ask the members of parliament here, who are the ones that define the law that their nations exercise in terms of what their nations do when it comes to their diplomatic policy. It's very important that you ask yourself what some of these organizations are doing in your country. That said, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, luminaries of the first Israel Parliamentary Summit, we're going to take a tea break. Tea break is going to be half an hour. We'll come back. Then we're going to do a panel. And we're going to do a short panel for 20 minutes. So I'm asking the Member of Parliament from Zimbabwe, Honorable Sidabiswe Moyo, to get ready immediately after we have our tea break. The Member of Parliament from Lesotho to get ready, Honorable Moshoe Shoe. Member of Parliament from Mozambique, Honorable Anna Amando Chapo, to get ready to be in a panel. And the Honorable Member from South Sudan, Honorable Julius Moilinga, they'll be in a panel. We'll have another panel in the afternoon. We'll try and give you as much opportunities to speak and to exercise your authority. In the afternoon, we have an open plenary as we discuss about the declaration, what we're calling the Addis Ababa Declaration of Unity, that the members of parliament and everybody here looks up to signing with the nation of Israel. And then so we have an open plenary to present that smack right after lunch. That said, let me pray for the tea break. And after tea break, after the panel with the members of parliament, we have another fantastic presentation. You need to listen to Peter Hongedon, who is the chairperson of Think. These are the most upright lawyers in the world. They'll train you about lawfare. They'll tell you exactly what is happening against Israel. These guys, what they have done is a miracle in modern day lawfare history. Father, we thank you because you have given us an amazing time and your presence is here in this conference. We ask you this day that you help us do what it is that you want done, speak what you speak, and hear what you want us to hear. Even as we have tea break and we discuss the various things that have been discussed here. Father, these members of parliament are a special lot. You're the one who has gathered them for what you want to do in their nations in this end time. Use these men to be the strongest political luminaries in their country. Let them take light back to their country. Let them be the ones that you speak to when you want to do something in the country. Let them be the ones that stand in the gap when you want to judge their nations. Father, we thank you and we glorify you. We speak more wisdom, more power, more authority to them as they advance towards, driving their nations to achieve their prophetic destinies. In the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, we pray. Amen. Tea is served the same place that it was served yesterday. Kindly, please, I beg you. Right now, it is 11:11. Interesting enough. Kindly, let's come back at 11:40 because we have a very short period of time to try and finish a very busy day. And we want to finish the day early in the afternoon so that you can have time to visit Addis Ababa. We want to get done by 3:30 in the afternoon. Thank you very much. Togo, Honorable Oyo Jules Jr. Romerick, please. Honorable Jules. All right, thank you.
All right, welcome back to everyone after tea break, and welcome back to our live audience around the world, and welcome to the panel. Last panel we started on the far end, so this time I'll start closest to me. For all of you watching live, we have members of parliament from Mozambique, from Zimbabwe, from South Sudan, and from Republic of Congo, in that order from my right. I'd like to start with Mozambique. Very welcome to the panel. We have been discussing a number of issues in this conference, and I have a very good friend who was the head of security of Total in Mozambique. You are an oil-producing country, and you have problem with Islamist rebellion also in your country. And in that way, Mozambique and Israel has a common issue, common challenges, common problems. How do you see Mozambique and Israeli relationships moving forward? On which sectors? The mic is over there. Julius, if you can send that over.
Thank you very much. I am Anna Chap from Mozambique, Member of Parliament and Christian. Really, Israel and Mozambique have common issues, common challenges, and common faith in Christ Jesus. Most of Mozambican population are Christians, and therefore we have most of our people are Christian, and they have faith in Christ Jesus. And also in science and technology, we do have some common issues, relations with Israel. But also we know that Israel has helped a lot African countries in their fight for independence. So we look at Israel as one of the country that is able to continue fighting for independence of our countries also. Mozambique has got his consulate in Tel Aviv. We do have Mozambican honorary consulate in Tel Aviv. And Israel also has got the consulate in Mozambique and has got the embassy who is credited in Maputo, but he lives in Angola. He lives in Angola, but is credited in Maputo. and has visited Mozambique, discussing some issues where Mozambique and Israel can stretch their relationships. The name is Simon, I think Simon Solomon, if remained the same. In 2023 was Simon Solomon, and was in Mozambique discussing with some government institutions about issues on agriculture, science and technology, health, and also in the Parliament to see how we can stretch our relationships. And there are some issues that are being designed to work together. But also Mozambique, since I said that most of our population are Christian, in most of the churches in Mozambique, in most of the Christian churches, we can see right now there are flag of Israel raised in the church, which means that people are praying for Israel. Even in my church, in the church where I am, we pray for Israel each day that we are in our service, church service. We pray for Israel. We pray for the situation that is going now in Israel, although we also have the same situation, that we have terrorism in the northern area of Mozambique, in one province called Cabo Delgado, where we do have terrorists. I don't know where they come from, but it seems that their modus operandi, they have got some relation with Hamas, their modus operandi. But these people do not have a face where they came from. Cabo Delgado is the province where Mozambique has discovered a lot of gas in the last years. And as we started exploiting it, so also started terrorism. But even though we have our own situation, we are praying for this, our own situation of terrorism, but we are also praying for Israel.
Because there is a pattern here. If you look at Israel today, the War of Independence was an existential war for the newborn nation of Israel. And what's happening right now, the war that is going on now, is the head of the snake is Iran. Iran is a threat to the Arab countries, and they are using the Houthis, which has created suffering for millions of people in a civil war in Yemen. They are using Hamas to commit atrocities, and they are using Hezbollah to actually conduct a continuous warfare against Israel now since last year. I want to mention our friends from Kurdistan here, because the whole world was united in fighting ISIS. And the Kurdish Peshmerga was on the front line fighting ISIS. Now, a lot of people think that ISIS is gone, that Al-Qaeda is gone, but they have resurfaced in Africa, in the Sahel area. And all of these extremist organizations are a threat to to nations, even Muslim nations in Africa. So I guess my question will be, how would you see going forward? Because the security threat, in northern Nigeria, there's a church that has lost 20,000 people to Boko Haram the last 10 years. So the troubles facing Israel are the same forces creating a lot of suffering in Africa. So I would assume that it's your own national interest to strengthen the ties, both on security, on food production. Zimbabwe was a big food producer, exporting food to other countries. Kenya has a huge potential as a Eastern Africa, I would say, with Israeli technology, East Africa can be the new Ukraine when it comes to food production. The potential is immense. So I would like to ask just a short comment, then we will go on. How do you see, as a member of parliament in Mozambique, that we can create a path forward that gives Israel the attention that Africa is there for them when they need it, as they are there for you, to develop your nations into prosperity and a peaceful future?
Thank you. It's a critical issue and very important. I think what I will do, I will take this issue to my chairperson and to other colleagues who are related with this issue. We discuss and we can see how we can go, how we can design specific political, specific issues, and be included in the diplomatic relationship between Mozambique and Israel. Because if we see at the agricultural area, our major production is coming from a family, small-scale family production, where the use of technology is very low. We do have some commercial farmers, but also not well developed. It seems that working with Israel, we can take advantage of the science and technology, because Israel, we know that it is very, very developed in technology, in production technology. If we can see the way they produce in the land, which is some of them is desert, arid areas, but are producing a lot, but we have a lot of fertile soils, but we are not producing so much. So it may be one of the area where we should stretch our relationship, our diplomatic relationship, but also at the security area, looking at this situation that is facing Israel with Hamas, and is facing also Mozambique with terrorism in northern area of Mozambique. I think that in the security area, it may be also very, very important. So are things that we needed to discuss and then be addressed in the proper ways.
Yeah, because the same ideology that Israel is now fighting Hezbollah and Hamas is the same ideology that threatens to ruin your export industry in northern Mozambique. So there should be a bilateral interest in supporting Israel fighting the same forces, and get Israel to help you fight them forces in your country. I will let the question go on to our panel participant from Zimbabwe. Welcome. What's your thoughts on this topic?
Good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. This topic is not an easy topic, because it's so touching what is happening in Gaza. When I listen to, I can't pronounce the name very well here, it was saddening to hear what is happening in Gaza. And looking into the situation, most countries are distancing themselves from what is happening in Gaza, forgetting that it may happen to your country. I myself, as Zimbabwean, I feel all African countries should come together and fight this war with Israel, because there is a lot which we may need from Israel. I'll give an example for Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, we plow tobacco, which we export to Israel, and it brings foreign currency to our country, which means we as Zimbabweans, we need Israel. For our economy to strengthen, we need Israel. So I think as Zimbabweans, we should create a good relation with Israel. As I am in the Committee for Foreign Affairs, and I'm happy I attended this summit, I'll be able to go and start a good page and be the champion for this good relation between Israel and Zimbabwe. I'll make sure or convince my fellow leaders in Zimbabwe that we support Israel, or even we can have MOUs, Memorandum of Understanding with Israel, so that we have a good relation with Israel. We can do if you check even our history, we are doing good exports and imports with Israel. Israel is also selling some of its stuff to Zimbabwe, which means we have got a good relation, though when it comes to the Gaza issue, I've never heard that we have sent any army to go and help in Israel. But I know Israel this time needs our support more than anything else.
Thank you, and I agree with you. When a war is suffering, I mean, people suffer in war. But that's why we distinguish between just and unjust war. And if a nation fights, any nation fights a just war of self-defense, we know that the individual suffering is something that can't be avoided to stop evil. What puzzles me, though, is that we have in Sudan 10 million people that are internally displaced people. We have millions suffering now from hunger. People are dying. So my question is, where is the international community? In Gaza, Israel are redefining military tactics to go to large extent to prevent the enemy population from dying. It's even now studied in Western military academies. When this war started, there were 30,000 Hamas operatives. Israel has taken out 18,000. The civilian casualties in Gaza is proportionately very low to any other military conflict we can compare, or any military conflict at all. In Yemen, there has been a civil war, which Iran is behind with the Houthis. Millions of Yemenites, children, suffering of malnutrition, dying, terrible torture being done on each other. So my question is, what is this obsession? Because it seems to me that the biggest problem with the big reaction towards Israel, it's actually not factual on what's going on. It's more the simple reason that Jews are doing the fighting. And I think this is racism. It's simple racism. Anti-Semitism is racism. And I think that in a special way, Africa can rise that perspective on that conflict. Do you agree?
Yeah, it's not easy. As I'm looking into the situation, as we are saying that most people are not even helping in Gaza situation. There's hunger because of the war, and people are distancing. Especially, you find she mentioned that some countries are being helped, and the Gaza children are dying of hunger. People are not helping. They are not coming in there to help. You know, some will be afraid to be associated with that war in case they are also attacked. And some of the countries have no good relations with Israel. Sometimes, if you associate yourself with the country in war, most of the times you are also attacked. I
But-
don't know if my answer is clear to
No,
what you...
I think you're pointing at something crucial because the forces, the anti-Semitic forces attacking Israel will also deploy pressure on anyone standing with Israel.
Yes. No, the general
The
attack,
general,
not personal.
yeah. And that is why I think this summit is important. And that's why I think that alliance of Christian nations has to emerge. I need, because we need, the United Nation has lost its morality completely.
Yes.
And instead of, because we are representing half of Africa here, and we have the same understanding of right and wrong, we understand that Israel must defend itself against genocidal ideologies. And united we will be strong. United we can raise a voice against an unjust anti-Semitic United Nations. In other way, maybe this summit can help bring the United Nations back to its original ideas, where a just international order comes back to place. And I think, again, the African countries are very, very crucial in this aspect.
Yes, thank you. With this summit, I think something has been touched. And as leaders in Africa, we should make sure that as African countries, we unite with Israel so that we are able to help our fellows, so that also our countries will be able to tap to what the Israelites have got. At the present moment, I encourage all of us, even as we go back to our countries, to go and pray a lot about Israel. We know God created us, and even through his image. So these killings, these attacks are not good for Israel. As people, we are one. So we should make sure that we pray for our fellow Israel and encourage even our country as leaders. I guess most of us here, we are members of parliament. We have got various committees where we can caucus for Israel. We can, I think yesterday it was mentioned that when we go back to our countries, we should have caucuses which will discuss issues about Israel. I think by this will help a lot. Thanks
I think so, and I'm actually optimistic because the base is broader. I talk with diplomats and politicians in Muslim countries that the Abraham Accords brought something new. You remember after the Six-Day War, the Arab League said 3 no's in Khartoum. No to recognition, no to negotiations with Israel. I mean, totally. Now the Abraham Accords has turned it around. So even with Muslim politicians in Arab countries and others, even in African countries, they would agree with us. But the pressure on them are even stronger if they speak what they really think. And that's why, again, I think an alliance of Christian African nations will bring even other countries to that alliance. And it's not about Muslims against Christians or Jews, it's radical ideology, genocidal, killing people in Africa, killing people in Israel. I think we can win that fight if we unite. Thank you. I want to go to South Sudan. Honorable Julius, you have been engaged with Israel for many, many years. I just got a suggestion. South Sudan has fought 4 decades of a war against radical Islam, I would say. You won your independence. And I think Israel was very crucial in your liberation. What is the South Sudanese stand on Israel?
Yeah, thank you, Eric. I would like to recognize the protocol and everybody here. I'm going to answer my questions in 2 phases. First and foremost, number 1, the crux of the matter in all these discussions is the state of Israel. I'm talking as a parliamentarian from South Sudan, a citizen from that country, and a Christian, a believer in the Bible. I would like to define Israel, what Israel means, to us and perhaps to others also, who might believe in my own opinion. Israel is real. Israel is not a figment of human imagination. Israel is real. Israel is a messenger nation, according to the Bible, sent to the world in order to save mankind. It is God's embassy on earth, whether we like it or not. God made a lot of promises in the Bible through Abraham and all other scriptures. Yes, I'm a singer and I'm a poet. Israel is real. It's not a figment. It's not an imagination. Al-Israel, dawlat haqiqiyya. God has established Israel for his own glory. Without Israel, there will be no Christianity, no Islam, no Judaism. Without Israel, the whole world will not have destiny, no future, no nothing. Everything is connected with Israel. The promises of God is all on Israel. We are very proud to have this small nation of giants, right from Abraham till now. So, without Israel, no Christianity. We better believe in the Bible, other than the other political, machinations, discussions all over the world, in UN and so forth. We come first and foremost, we like to believe. Israel is a nation that God has told us to believe in, to support, and to pray for. Period. Isaiah 18, I now talk as a South Sudanese. In Isaiah 18, it is promised that one day, people tall and smooth-skinned will come to Mount Zion to give gifts to the Mount Zion, to the place where the name of the Lord is to be glorified. And biblically, and according to our own geography, the whole area in the middle, in East Africa and Ethiopia and so forth, we are the Cushites, who are promised in the Bible. So we are part and parcel of the nations chosen by God to give gifts to the Mount Zion. As I see today, prophecy of Isaiah 18 is being fulfilled. All of us, rather. Our liberation of South Sudan is closely tied with the nation of Israel. Let me tell you, my dear brothers and sisters, we went through history of difficulties right from 1820. We were under Turco-Egyptians, slavery time. Then later on, we became slaves to the Arabs. Islamic imperialism, hegemony, all kinds of things. More than 120 years of suffering. We only emerged in 2011 when we got our independence. We know what the Arabs are. We know what Islam is because we are part and parcel of the suffering and we lived with them. Perhaps we are the only country in the world who are sharing the same difficulty with Israel. So if, for us, if Israel is the vision, then Africa is the mission. If Israel is the vision, Africa is the mission to make the God's promises get fulfilled. Destiny of mankind is inextricably linked with the state of Israel. We are, as said by Eric, some of the few countries who wrote a letter of condemnation against the atrocities that took place on the 7th of October, 2023, condemning the acts and barbaric terroristic acts which took place. All of us, I don't want to define that one. And I went and saw, when we went in March, I was invited to Jerusalem for the conference, and I saw history unfolding. So Israel, I would like to say, there is a verse in the book of Joshua, says, "O Israel, listen, hear, Shema is Israel. Listen, I did not bring you out of Egypt because of your goodness and so forth, but because I love you." So, anybody who thinks that, according to the book of Isaiah, when the Jews come back to their homeland, no atomic bombs, no nuclear bombs, no whatsoever weapons can plug these people and take them back again to exile. Never. Never. If the whole world fails to support you, including South Sudan, the God of Israel, the God of Jacob, of Abraham, will send one angel, and the battle will be over. We are not worried. Yes, we give you love, we can support you, but if God means business, because God says, in Armageddon, the war, it will be God who will be fighting all this.
Honorable, because of time, I just want
we pray for Israel. Israel will never be defeated. No appeasement. Even in the UN, you see charters against Israel, but Israel has the right for self-defense in according to the conventions and charters of the UN. So I will say Israel has contributed so much, has done a lot for us as South Sudanese. They're promising big hospitals, referral centers, sending children to Israel, training us. Even the first Anyanya war, without Israel, we wouldn't have gotten our independence. So we'll never leave Israel. Politicians can do that, but the majority of South Sudanese are for pro-Israel. And we own the history. So Israel, if you think that you have brothers in Africa, including South Sudan in the forefront, don't worry, sleep and snore. We are behind you. Thank you.
Julius, before we go to Lesotho, yesterday Switzerland froze the assets to the UNRWA.
Come again?
Switzerland yesterday voted to freeze all donations to UNRWA.
To
UNRWA,
to Israel?
United Nations Relief Work
Okay.
Agency, which Sharon spoke about.
Yes.
And we cannot have duplicity when it comes to handling refugee problems. It has to be just. The only organization that has its own definition, as we heard, of refugees accelerating the problem by the years is UNRWA for this so-called Palestinian refugee problem. Now, until we can dismantle UNRWA and put everything under UNHCR, the South Sudanese speak Arabic, and we have documented the last 11 months that UNRWA has been infiltrated, and we've known it for many years, indoctrinating children to hatred against Jews, having employees in UNRWA that is actively promoting that narrative. So what if African Union and African nations, the new Christian alliance, demand that all employees in UNRWA going forward come from a country like South Sudan with Christian Arabic-speaking teachers in UNRWA schools in Gaza?
Well, honestly, you see, I'm just trying to question the UN, validity. Most of the members of the UN are Christians by faith. In this world, when you compromise righteousness and truth, you will fall apart. We are dealing with a spiritual issue. This crisis is spiritual. So it is the policy of appeasement that we see happening in the UN. Perhaps people want to have friendship with those people who are strong, who have oil and this and that. But the truth remains the same. The land of Israel is Israel's. And any other things that happen there is secondary. So even in the UN, in the Security Council, when it becomes, has any country come up openly condemning Israel? When it is about Israel, it is footnotes. But when it becomes the issue of Palestine, it is spoken out and emphasized with deafening rhetoric. Why? If truth is to be said, give Israel his share, they say God to give what belongs to Caesar and give to God what belongs to God. So UNRWA, if I told the aim, because I've read a lot of it about UNRWA, they came there and they misused the organization for the interests of the Palestinians, which is wrong. And when the people who are suffering, the Jews are going through hardship. So they also have the right to defend themselves. There is nobody who can come to your house and begin to urinate here and do any other confusion. And then when you react, you say you are bad. No. UNRWA, if it does not work, then let the UN find another organization minus the UNRWA, and everything must be checked. Whether food to be brought to Israel, checked. Water to be checked. Everything to be checked. We are not against anybody. Even we are sorry when we see innocent Palestinians dying because of Hamas. Because they are the ones causing and prolonging this problem for their own people. You see? If things come there, they may load guns and whatsoever things to prolong the war. So please, I'm saying, Israel have your right to work within the confines of your ability, and let the world themselves know that if they entertain Hamas and other organizations, Islamic organizations, their countries are not very far from them. One day they will fall victims to this Islamic hegemony of Hamas. They have a global agenda. It's not only of Israel. Israel may be a small victim here, but I'm thanking God that Israel, you are what you are. Israel, what is Israel is. And God knows what to do with you. Thank you.
We'll go on to Lesotho, our last. Zambia. Sorry, I'm mixing up my Zambia. We go to Zambia. I want to say that I have a special love for Zambia. It's where the Africa-Israel Initiative was born, in Lusaka. Been there many times. And Zambia has also a strong connection with Israel. If you shall sum up the discussion has been here, what would the Zambian voice be?
Thank you so much. My name's Reverend Given Katuta Mwelwa, and I'm a member of parliament in Zambia. I'm an independent member of parliament, but I grew up in a Christian family, and Zambia being a Christian country is declared, actually. We are a Christian country. I just want to bring to the attention of this summit gathering and also the whole world. Like my colleague from Sudan has alluded to, without Israel, there's no Christianity, there's no Islam. I totally agree with him. In order for all these conflicts to come to an end, Israel needs to build relationships, even the broken relationships, with a lot of African countries. How can Israel build these relationships or to improve on the relationships? Our African countries are so poor to an extent whereby they easily compromise. Look, we can say we are Christians, but our leaders would be Christians by faith, that they easily compromise because of poverty, lack of innovation, and because of lack of innovation, they are likely to compromise. What am I talking about? I'm talking about most of our leaders in Africa mismanage our resources. We have all the resources that you can think of in Africa, especially Zambia. Now, it comes to how do you use your resources. You need certain technology, which I heard Honorable Modi talking about yesterday. If that can be taken to every corner of every country in Africa, I can assure you, you have a support from all these countries. They'll be able to stand tall, even at UN. They'll be able to say no, even at IPU. There's a time where I attended IPU in Geneva. There was a big, even banging on the tables. They were all against Israel. I stood up, and that's how I connected with most of MPs from Israel. They came to ask me, what made you so courageous? I said, I am a Christian, and I'm a firm believer with what the Bible says in the book of Zechariah chapter 2, verse 8. Israel is known to be God's, the apple of the eye of God. Yeah, yes. So I always treasure that. I always imagine, not the eye to touch the apple of the eye. Even me, if somebody touches me, even if I'm not strong, I'll react. So that's what is all about Israel. And for us Christians, especially Zambia, we take it that that's where the birth of our Lord Jesus Christ is. In order for us to continue to access such, sites or heritage sites, we need to build good relationships. So we need to promote, in terms of peace and security, we need to be in forefront. And how can this be achieved? Most of parliaments, including Zambia, we have Christian caucus, we have Israel Friends caucus, we have even Israel Ali's Foundation caucuses. But the challenge we have is that all these have been politicized. Few Christians are in there, they want to drive this agenda, but because they're politicized, you find somebody who is leading these caucuses, is the chairperson, is not even a believer, he's just a believer by the word. So I think what is important, in order for us to win this, because to win this is to help, one, in prayer. We stand firm in prayer. We stand firm in our belief and what we believe, what Israel is all about. And three, we also bring it as caucuses, we bring it to the attention of our governments to say, look, there's no way we are going to win as long as we remain beggars of certain quotas. We've remained beggars and our resources have been misused because we lack initiative and innovation. But Israel has everything that it takes. As we talk, yesterday I went shopping right here in Ethiopia. There was load shedding. Zambia, it has even gone worse. Zimbabwe is the same thing. South Africa, all the countries in Africa, because we've been dependent on hydropower. And now there's this, global warming, and now all these countries are being hit. So in order for you to penetrate all these countries, bring your expertise, your technology, in terms of, I'll say in terms of, before, let me just say this. Zambia used to be trained by Israel, intelligence, armies, all those things. Come back. Don't let this penetrate. As we're speaking right now, there's a place in Tuta Road. The Muslims have penetrated into Zambia, and they're buying huge chunks of land. And you know their intention? They've gone in these rural areas where people are so poor, they'll start giving them things, and they'll convert them. And this is the challenge that is now, we have in Africa. We need support. We have leaders, I'm sorry to say this, we have leaders who are self-centered. They don't care. It's all about bouncing back in their offices. They're not thinking about protecting the future. There's a route that they're using to come into Zambia, and they're buying huge chunks in my province where I come from, Luapula province, along strategic places like Tuta Road. This is where they can easily go into DRC, they can easily, so once they take that, and there's a big river, if they take over that, they can do whatever they want to do. And our people, of course, because of poverty, little education, illiteracy is so high in Africa and in my country as well, and especially where I come from, Luapula province, they want to take advantage of that. You can speak Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. What are you giving them? You're not giving them anything. Because you talk about love. Love goes with giving. So the same thing with Israel. We want to love you. We love you. But love us back. Help us to be innovative. We have masses and masses of land and water bodies. If Israel comes into Africa, and in Zambia in particular, you say, okay, the northern circuit of Zambia, you've got plenty of water. And from the look of things, you are so dependent on hydropower. We're going to put up hydropower stations in Luapula. There's a lot of rivers. One river, I think those from GRC will agree with me, is called Luapula River, which can supply the entire Africa power. But what is stopping us? The kind of people who are coming, the help that they're giving to us is attached with certain conditions, which now has made them even to start building hospitals. When you go to those hospitals, you'll be expected to be converted. So in order for us to end this, we have to promote peace. We have to promote also innovation, and we'll also have to promote good relationship and improved relationships between Zambia or African countries with Israel. Otherwise, we are praying for you. Even in my ministry, when you look at my altar people, I was showing them my altar. There's the store there is the Star of David. We are praying for you, and we're firm believers into Israel's policies, and also knowing that that's where we originate in terms of our Christianity. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think
Thank you so much. We had a chance to meet with her.
But
Okay.
I think
Thank you so much.
we are touching a core of what this summit is about. When I went to the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Jerusalem back in 2012, and I told them the Africa that I saw, they didn't believe me. They told me we are burnt in Africa. In fact, the University of Lusaka was built by Israelis. Yes. And I think they were given 72 hours to leave the country, and they lost a lot of money there. So they feel, I think if you take Israel to the 5th Street, if you walk with Israel on the 5th Street instead of the 9th Street, then you will get what you're asking for. And what it means to walk on the 5th Street is, like the member of the Knesset says, the reason why an embassy is in the capital of a country is also the geographical closeness of cooperation. So I think that Israel is not hesitating to bring in fact, my organization has facilitated a lot of this, also in Zambia. And I think that if Zambia really wants what you're saying, the easiest thing you can do is to move that embassy to Jerusalem. I think it will change the dynamics of the relationships between Africa and Israel. I thank you all for participating. It's so interesting to talk with you. I'm so empowered by hearing your perspectives and narratives, and I hope the world and our viewers listens to what comes out from Africa in this summit, because your voice needs to be heard in the UN. Your voice, what you have spoken here in this summit, needs to be heard on the floor of the UN General Assembly, in Brussels, and every European capital. Thank you for participating.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, for that very deep discourse. And time today really has been moving extremely fast. I've been trying to catch up with time. And I'm thinking that at this particular point, if Beatrice can let me know whether lunch is ready. If you can let me know whether lunch has been set up, Beatrice. Many of you have been communicating with Beatrice, and I want you to see her in color. You've been seeing her there. You haven't seen her in front. Beatrice works with the Parliament of Uganda. Is lunch ready? All right, so they are setting lunch. So this is what I'd say, that we have a few minutes to set up lunch. We need Peter Hogedon to speak. Beatrice, before you go, please come. We have, somebody help me with a mic there, please. This one, I have to break my back to speak to it. Thank you very much. Beatrice is the external director of the Israel Allies Foundation Caucus in Uganda under the leadership of Minister Bahati. And she's also the conference director. On all issues, she's been the one reaching out to you and talking to you on all other things. We are interested in members of parliament joining caucuses and creating caucuses in your country as chairman. If your nation does not have a caucus, or you don't have a chairperson represented in a caucus, please register with Beatrice. Then we will have that discussion possibly in the night, and then we will look forward in terms of how to create a caucus in your country. So please see Beatrice outside, register with her, your name, country, email, and mobile number. She already has them, but we want you to be intentional that you want to create a parliamentary caucus in your country and you want to chair it. We have a number of many chairs here, but please, you can do that as we go for the lunch break. So in the afternoon, immediately after we come back, we're going to break for lunch, right? Thank you. We're going to break for lunch. The lunch has already been set up. We're going to come back and listen to Peter. And just maybe you can mirror Peter's presentation before we break for lunch. Just put it up. Now, Peter is a lawyer of distinguished honor. I call him professor, because what the man has been able to do is of profound depth. If you're going through any critical warfare like what Israel is going through, when they've partitioned your land, they have attempted to colonize you for the longest time of your lives, your great-great-great-great-grandfathers. Then God raises an army of international lawyers who know international law. When truth is being hidden and truth is being assaulted, when the authority of God's word is being challenged legally, these people have come up to defend the nation of Israel at The Hague. And the work that they are doing, you can clap for them. This is Israel's most brutal force. These men, what they have done, and all they do is just speak the truth. This is the truth. No. you're lying. But this is the truth. And you can find it here. We're going to have that presentation right after lunch. Then immediately after he does the presentation, we'll get onto the matters of discussing through an open plenary the Addis Ababa Declaration, a declaration of unity and cooperation between the members of parliament here and the members of the Knesset here in their private personal capacity and coming from nations that they want to bring into this move at the end of the day. As nations, we stand with the nation of Israel. As persons, we practice what the dictates of the Bible and God says. So Peter is going to eagerly been waiting for you here. He has traveled all the way from Netherlands to come and speak to the legislators here. And you are law bearers. Just to tell you a secret, somebody from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has told me that the United Nations and the Africa Union, they are starting something called parliamentary diplomacy. Now, what is parliamentary diplomacy? Diplomats have discovered their biggest mountain to them being independent is the parliament. So what they want to do, they are developing narratives and doctrines to possibly either delete, annul, or revise laws in the country, in countries where parliaments have an oversight authority on all matters diplomacy. It's interesting that God has gathered you here, but also the United Nations and Africa Union and other organizations are looking at moving into parliaments. Now, why do I say this? Because once, when we were mobilizing, they told us that Qatar is mobilizing members of parliament across Africa to indoctrinate them through it. The target of the day, and God told me, one of my strongest institutions in the country is that one that makes laws. If I am to judge a nation, I will look at the laws that they have done in that nation, whether they are pro me or against me. If anybody is to bring any dangerous thing towards a citizen in the country, it will start through policies and through laws. So you're a diplomatic target now, henceforth. And you will see that a lot of these institutions will be looking at the laws of the country and suggesting amendments so that then all diplomatism, if you want to call it, is never answerable to parliaments. For example, in my country, all treaties signed are subject to parliamentary scrutiny. But they never want to tell you what they're signing out there. They never want to expose it. Alice here will tell you from the Catholic movement that many matters that the church is involved about, the government wants to have them a secret. Is the reason why today and going forward, we will expose what your diplomats are doing in New York and what they're doing at the African Union, how they're treating the nation of Israel and all treaties that they are signed, because they keep them as a secret. And it becomes a secret movement. When countries are, like my country, 85% Christian, every church has an Israeli flag. Our Christianity is based on that nation. There are two nations that are majorly mentioned in the Bible. The nation of Israel, 2,500 times in the Old Testament. And in the New Testament, you have almost about over 200 times. Then the second nation is the nation of Ethiopia. That is mentioned 79 times in the Bible. And I was telling the member of parliament here, if we lose Israel and if we lose Ethiopia, then we have no Christianity. Where will our basis be? It will be gone. And that is what they're trying to revise and annul, is that to reshape the history of Judaism and Christianity. And Peter here, the organization is our defense mechanism. We are not people who imagine that lawfare or Christianity or Spiritism is just funny things, goosebumps in church that you feel, no. This thing is real. It is tangible. And they said that first comes Saturday, then comes Sunday. But we'll come for the Jews first, then we'll come for the Christians second. In my country, over 6,000 Christians are dead. Over 3,000 churches are shut down at the end of the day. And I know that many African nations are like that. And they don't want you, as a Christian member of parliament, to ever have any say or locus in the country. They are coming for us. But as one member of parliament said here, we will not give up or give in to any dictates. Let's break for lunch. And then after lunch, we are here exactly at 2 p.m. to listen to the think tank of law and international law for the nation of Israel. Thank you very much, Peter, for your patience and for the long trip that you took. Even some of the members of parliament, especially those who came from the South and West Africa, really, it's been a long, long journey. I've been to Malawi, and by the time I get there, I just want to sleep, at the end of the day. So I want to pray so that we can go and have our lunch. And I'm begging you, please, we want to finish early in the afternoon so that we can have some time to relax and tour around. So I'll pray for lunch. Father, in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, we come before you and we glorify you for the wonderful sessions that we've had. Even as we go and break bread together and come back in the afternoon to deliberate on issues that are sensitive to you. To look after plans, dark plans that your enemies have crafted against you and your kingdom. To really see even the nerves of your enemies that they want to stop your coming is shocking in its own. Father, we thank you and we glorify you. For it is in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach we pray. Amen. See you after lunch. We said we are back at lunch at exactly 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon, delegates and honorable members. We are up for the second session. Karani, are you ready? You seem to be. But we're going to start with 10 minutes of. We're going to start with 10 minutes of the. Just a small, interesting dialogue by the chaplain of the Africa Union on how to work with the Africa Union. And so please get me all the delegates in. Get me all the delegates in. Please do the podium properly. The father of the Africa Union, the chaplain of the Africa Union, will speak to us briefly for 10 minutes about the path to working with the Africa Union. What will be the path to work with the Africa Union? Kindly, I request us to observe some silence, and immediately after this, Peter Hogendon from the Hague Initiative will present, and then we'll move to plenary. Thank you, Father, please.
Thank you, Bishop Dennis, for giving me this opportunity to say something about how we can better collaborate with the African Union. Now, when we are talking of the African Union, we have to try to make a distinction between the African Union as an institution and what we call the African Union of Peoples. It's very important because President Tshisekedi of DRC, when he became president of the African Union, he decided that, or he wanted to promote, to build up an African Union of People. The African Union of People is when we as Africans, we try to promote initiatives and all the things that bring us together as one continent. So we can do that without necessarily passing through the African Union as an institution. So it is a byproduct, we can say, or a manifestation of Pan-Africanism. So for instance, when we are promoting initiatives that are aiming at integral human development, what Israel is already doing with so many countries, it is a way of promoting the African Union of People. And then, of course, we have the African Union as an institution. So it's important for us to take note of that distinction. Now, what I want to know, what I want to tell you about what Israel can do is this: to use what Jesus once said. If you don't believe me, believe the works, because the works I'm doing can speak for themselves. And a lot of things are being done, but they largely go unnoticed. So there will be need for Israel and Africa, or Africa-Israel Initiative, to make known better what is being done. Because for some of us who have been working for international organizations for many years, it is when we come to fora such as this that we start hearing that this is what Israel is doing. But on the people don't know. That's why I was discussing with some. It will be good to think of maybe why not creating Africa-Israel TV or Africa-Israel, maybe a YouTube channel or whatever, but people need to know what Israel and Africa are doing together. I'll give you a concrete example. Last month, I was in Madagascar, and then there was one Catholic international organization known as Pax Christi International, which was sharing with us what they are doing for the promotion of peace in DR Congo and in South Sudan. How they have been helping rebels to come out of violence through microfinancing. And in DR Congo, in the eastern part, There are many people, because they got some microfinances, financing projects or money, they decided to renounce violence. And then they brought the same initiative in South Sudan. But now, this is what the organizers were telling us. They told us they successfully convinced people who were engaged in violence to give up their weapons, to return them to the elders. But in return, what are they going to get? Because they were using the guns and the weapons to make money. Now that the money is taken away, the guns are taken away from them, what is going to happen? And then they were telling the organizers, you have successfully convinced us to give up violence. But what are we going to do? What are we going to eat? So if you don't give us an alternative activity like microfinances, we are going back to our weapons. Because, as it is said in Hebrew, Be'afrika Yom, Shalom Beli Lechem Ze Milchama. Shalom Beli Lechem Ze Milchama. That is, peace without bread is war. You cannot achieve peace with the empty stomach. So that is very important for us to consider also. Number two, when it comes to the AU in particular, this is what I would suggest. If you go to the AU today with the name Israel on the name of the civil society organization, it's likely not to work. It's likely not to be accepted. And since we are talking of faith-based diplomacy, let me just stop there. Understand what I'm saying. But if you come with another organization which is going to do the exact thing, but with a different name, it is likely to work. Because myself, as part of my work as AU chaplain, I've been introducing to the work of the AU many organizations. Some of them have signed the MOU with the AU, and it's working. And you know, you don't need even to sign an MOU with the AU to start working with them. It depends on what you are bringing on board, what you are bringing on the table. So if what you are bringing is in line with the Agenda 2063, and also you are contributing in the work of a particular AU department, it's going to be very easy for you. If people say, what is the source of what you are saying? The source is Dr. Emerick. So, but you can trust me on that. But coming with Israel for the time being, maybe the Messiah is coming soon, but it is only when he comes he will solve the problem. For the time being, there seems to be no possibility, because some people are afraid to lose their career if the name Israel is in the association. But it doesn't prevent Israel from outsmarting the people there by coming with organizations which have a different name, but the agenda is the same. That is one thing. The other thing is this. I was discussing with some people at the high levels at the AU, and they came with some proposals. They told me, one of the initiatives we can do is that we can organize projects for embassies based in Addis Ababa, including for AU personnel, activities or projects. And they were mentioning specifically hosting conferences on faith-based diplomacy. So now we can say, okay, there is one organization with a particular name which is organizing workshops, conferences on faith-based diplomacy, and we invite the diplomats who are here, and including the AU personnel is going to, that one can also make the voice of Israel, and especially what you are talking about, the Abrahamic Accord, or now the Queen of Sheba Accord, it can make sense for them. So we need to be people who are organizing this kind of activities. One last thing, because I look at my time, is 3 minutes or 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Many people at the AU don't know Israel. That's why some of them are reluctant. And when I ask people, have you ever been in Israel? They say, no, but I want to go there. We would like to go there. So that's why they also suggested that we organize maybe once a year or twice a year, visit that are also, let's say, coupled with pilgrimage, that officially can be a pilgrimage, but it's also a way to introduce these top diplomats to the Knesset, to the working of the government of Israel and other business people, while doing at the same time a pilgrimage on the religious sites. So these people, many of them, most of them I've spoken to, they'll be willing to participate in such initiatives. In conclusion, it means that if, for instance, we decide, okay, at the level of the chaplaincy, we can organize groups of diplomats, different positions, different departments, different creeds, different faiths, to go and visit Israel as a pilgrimage, and also to be networking with people there. I think the knowledge they are going to get from Israel and the change is going to make a huge difference. So, yesh tikva, yesh tikva. Hayom, mahar, tamid, yesh tikva. There is hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Father Emmerich, for those wise words. We will try and navigate better in those institutions. Please return the podium. Return the podium. Oh, he wanted it there. Okay, perfect. So now we have a presentation by Peter Hogendon on international law, faith-based diplomacy, and faith-based governance, lawfare, interrogating the Abrahamic Accords, the title deed, who owns the land, and the push to recovering 100. This is one of the most powerful, life-changing presentations you may ever come across with, and it's absolutely knowledgeable. Welcome, Peter.
Yeah, it's good. Oh, lovely to stand here. Okay. I want to thank you for incorporating Sing in your activity. And again, I say explicitly, brothers and sisters, Christians and Jews alike, I'm very happy to stand here. However, I must ask you to bear with me. I got terribly sick last night. I didn't sleep. I've been throwing up everything I could. But this is so important, so I will try to do it. It will maybe not be as flashy and funny as you had hoped. I apologize for that. And the other thing is that Dennis has raised the bar extremely high. If you add up all the references he has made to my organization, then we would be bigger and better than the UN. Now, maybe we are. So, let us start. Today is 9/11. And this was the day in 2001 that Islamic terrorists blew up the World Trade Center. This was a terroristic act that was performed because they wanted to punish the United States of America for being there in the world and also for supporting Israel. Now, exactly 23 years later, today, the Palestinian Authority is drafting a resolution that calls for the implementation of the ICJ advisory opinion. And this is nothing less than calling for the destruction of the State of Israel. What my intention is to clarify to you what is wrong with this call from the perspective of international law, and what is wrong with this calling also from the perspective of Christians and Jewish people. Briefly about our organization, we are a think tank. We comprise a global network of international lawyers, partners, and a small management team in The Hague. We're based in The Hague. Sherp founded in 2017, and here is the first remarkable thing. The Hague in its logo says, capital of justice and peace. And you know what? The most elementary component is missing, and that's truth. It's like a table. On 2 legs, a table will topple over. On 3 legs, the table will stand stable. Truth is missing. We are an approved charitable trust under Dutch law, and for any information you can visit our website, www.sing.info. All material will be available through the website of the initiative, so there you will find also a PDF of this presentation. So actually, what is it that we do? Well, our mission is twofold. First of all, we were founded to come up against the delegitimization of the State of Israel in the UN through the misuse of international law. And I will give examples of that in a minute. Our second mission is to promote the proper use of international law to serve as a framework for peace and prosperity in the Middle East region. We have 3 lines of business. As always, a think tank does research and we publish about it. Our second, but not in terms of priority, our second line of business is education and training. If you look at what's happening in the world, if you read the media, you follow the media, then there is an absolute negative narrative that has been ingrained in the minds of the public about Israel. And there's a lot of mischievements in the propaganda and the publications that come out. And what we need is a new generation of Christian leaders and young lawyers who will stand up and say, we want to pull this car forward, and we do it in the interest of our own generation. And thirdly, what we do is we do advocacy, like speaking here, meeting with parliamentarians and with government executives, and we advise. I will give an example of that later. If there's an organization or a country that wants to consult with us and take us on board to do a project, then we will do that. So far, I will speak as long as I will be fit about the history and international law, developments in the UN, specifically about the UN advisory opinion, the ICJ advisory opinion, and finally a few words about the Abraham Accords. A lot has been said these days already over the Abraham Accords. I will look specifically at the legal aspects. Now, this is something you learned in high school, maybe even already in the basic school. You need to start somewhere. I do not start at the beginning of the people of Israel, how it came into existence, but let's keep it a bit moderate and start at the year 0. That was when the Roman Empire existed, between 27 before the Common Era until 395, when it was demolished by the Byzantines. In year 70, the Romans destroyed the Jewish temple after an uprising that they beat down forcefully and very bloody. And that was not enough. In the year 135, there was another uprising, and then the Romans, they killed almost all the Jews they could find. They destroyed Jerusalem completely. They burned it down. They burned the Holy Scrolls on the Temple Mount. And here, the third point is something that we touched upon yesterday and that you need to keep in mind. They renamed Judea and called it Palestine. Now, what is that? This is what every dictator and every conqueror does. As soon as he has captured a land, he wants to eradicate the memory to that land. He wants to eradicate its culture, and he starts with changing the name so the entity be forgotten. That's what Hadrianus did. It was also the start of the second diaspora. The Jews had been in Babel, and now they were dispersed all around the globe. We make a big jump. As you know, Islam came into existence in the end of the 7th century. The land has been under Islamic regimes, several Islamic regimes, for many centuries. The biggest and the longest conqueror was the Ottoman Empire. They existed from 1514 until 1914. Then the First World War broke out. But in that time, Palestine, as you can see in the circle, Palestine was part of the Ottoman Empire. So the First World War was fought. And then begins a period of mandates. Between 1918 and 1922, the Supreme Allied Powers took care of their task to allocate territories to peoples in the region. And eventually, they made 3 mandates in former Ottoman Empire. A mandate for Lebanon and Syria, a mandate for Mesopotamia, nowadays Iraq, and a mandate for Palestine. So let's speak about the mandate for Palestine. Listen carefully, please. I don't want to be rude, but listen carefully, please. You know, there's even examples in the Bible. If you want to build a house, the first thing you need to do is lay a foundation, a strong foundation. If you build it on sand and the rains come, the house will break down. Now we're going to talk about the mandate. The mandate was in the interest of Zionism. Actually, it was the implementation of the self-determination of the Jewish people. Zionism, shortly speaking, is the movement to establish a Jewish state. And then, Theodor Herzl had seen what could happen if you don't have a state where you can find shelter and be safe. So he called on the first Zionist Congress in Basel in 1897, and there the World Zionist Organization was created. And during that conference, the so-called Basel program was adopted. And the aim was to create for the Jewish people a home in Palestine secured by public law. Right. That was in the end of the 19th century. Guess what? 20 years later, on the 2nd of November, and it did not come as a full surprise because there were contacts between the members of the British cabinet and the Jewish organization. But then there arrived a letter from the British cabinet. The letter was written by James Balfour. And in the letter, and you will see it later when you study it, there is word of the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. It does not say a state, but privately, many cabinet members said, but the end objective is to have a state for the Jews. So this means support for the Basel program. Then it was the end of the First World War. So in 1919, the Paris Peace Conference was convened. And initially 2 major things happened there. The League of Nations was established. And the countries, and in particular the Supreme Allied Powers, they invited peoples from the region to come to Paris and to present their claims to territory in the former Ottoman Empire. Interestingly, at that time, there was a King Faisal who was in favor of the establishment of a mandate for the Jewish people because he saw benefits. Anyhow, in 1920, having heard all the claims of the local people, the Allied Supreme Powers, and those were Britain, the British, the French, Italians, and the Japanese, they came together in San Remo in Italy. And there they had to decide who's going to get what. In case you ask, the United States were also there, but they had an observer status. They were not a supreme allied power. So, in Sanremo, the assignments were defined, and 2 years later, in 1922, the division and the setting up of mandates was adopted by the League of Nations. This is what the mandate for Palestine looked like in 2020 at Sanremo. Now, there was a special clause in the agreements that enabled the British to withhold the implementation in certain areas if they saw reason for that to do. And that is what they did. They had made a pledge with the person who later became the king of Jordan in return for his assistance to fight the Ottomans back to Damascus, and there may have been other reasons as well, but then they decided to split the territory. The left part was for Israel and was called Palestine. The right part was called Transjordan. Now, the mandate for Palestine is unique in the sense that it differs from the other mandates. It explicitly says that the mandate is created in recognition of the historical connection of the Jewish people with the land. So there was an awareness at high level that the Jews have a historical connection with the land. The beneficiaries were the Jewish people, and they could come from anywhere around the world. Second, of course, to constitute their national home in Palestine. The mandatory should enable close settlement. And that means that they should enable the Jews to settle wherever they wanted, as long as it was not on private property of somebody else. There was no exclusion. So if you had a swath of land there, the Jews could come to you and say, can I buy your land? And if you refused, then the Jews could not settle there. But there were no further restrictions. And there was a clause that said that the civil and religious rights of all peoples in the land had to be protected. And that's what the Jewish people have always done. Governments of Israel have always protected the rights of other denominations. Now you need to go from a mandate to a state, because that was the ultimate objective. Before we go to see how that was done, I want to make a few remarks about statehood. First of all, self-determination is not automatically statehood. Self-determination can be implemented in various ways. It doesn't have to be a state. You can form an alliance with another territory or a federation, like in Switzerland. So when the people say the right to self-determination of the Palestinians means that they need a state of Palestine, no, not necessarily. Not necessarily. And most important, this cannot be done at the expense of existing nations. The only way to get there is through negotiations. There are criteria for statehood, and I will not go into detail because there's a lot of debate about it, but I just suggest you think it through when you're back. There was a conference in Montevideo that was a UN event. No, it was actually before the UN was created. It was a League of Nations event. But anyhow, in Montevideo, it was decided that what is required for statehood is a permanent population. Now, we have a bit of a problem with the Palestinian people. It is kind of permanent, but it grows much faster than a normal people does. So how do we deal with that? then there must be a defined territory. The territory is in dispute, to say the least. We believe it's Israel's, but it is in dispute under international law. At least that's what the others say. You need to have a government. What is the government of Palestine? Because there is Gaza, and then there's Judea and Samaria. And who rules in Gaza? Hamas. And who rules in Judea and Samaria? Yeah, that's Fatah, or actually what is it? There is no stable government in Judea and Samaria, let alone that there is a stable government in Gaza and Judea and Samaria together. And you must have the capacity to enter into relations, international relations. And a token of the recognition of statehood is the UN membership. And as we will see, Israel pronounced its state in 1948, and they were accepted in the United Nations a year later in 1949. So, what happened? Well, the League of Nations had become dysfunctional. It was dismissed in 1946, but in December 1945 in San Francisco, a new organ was created, the United Nations. Now, throughout the mandate period, already starting in 1922, there have been clashes between the Jewish people and the Arab Palestinians. And they became fiercer and fiercer, and they became bloodbath. And the English could not control it. I must say something ugly about the English. During the term of the mandate, the English have issued 4 so-called white papers. And in every white paper, they stepped away from Israel ever farther. They restricted the immigration of Jews into the land to 75,000, and in the end, nothing. And this was in the face of the Second World War, when hundreds of thousands of Jews were fleeing Europe for the Holocaust. So that was not acceptable, actually. Nevertheless, in 1947, the UN accepted a resolution that has become known as the Petition Plan. And you can see on the map what it encompasses. There was a proposal to more or less cut Palestine in half. So first there was Palestine and Transjordan, then it became Palestine, and now it becomes half Palestine, right? Typical enough, the Jews were so desperate to have a state of their own. They accepted the proposal. The Arabs turned it down immediately, totally. And this already was a shadowing being forward that the Palestinians don't believe in compromise. It's all or nothing. Then in 1948, on the 14th of May, Israel, David Ben-Gurion proclaimed the State of Israel. So, and the question that immediately arises now is, and this is an important one to remember, what are the borders of the new State of Israel? There is a principle in international law that is used everywhere where mandates become states. In Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, everywhere. Also in the former state of Yugoslavia, where you had areas that were almost self-supporting. What this principle said is the borders are the borders of the mandate. Now, what does this mean in this case? That the borders of the State of Israel run from Lebanon in the north to Egypt in the south, from the Jordan River in the east, and to the Mediterranean in the west. This is, according to international law, the territory of the State of Israel. Make no mistake, this is the State of Israel. Now, going back to the 14th of May, 1948, when the state was proclaimed, the day after, 5 Arab nations attacked Israel. Lebanon, Mesopotamia of Iraq already at the time, Syria, Jordan, and Egypt. They came from all sides. Now, if you look at the situation that emerged and that has existed from 1949 until 1967, then we must conclude that Gaza was occupied by Egypt. Judea and Samaria and East Jerusalem were occupied by Jordan. Now you tell me, who's the occupier? Okay. 19 years later, the Arabs attack Israel again because they want Israel to disappear. They attack Israel again, and in a magnificent war, a great battle, Israel fought back and recovered East Jerusalem, Gaza, Judea and Samaria, and they took control of the Golan Heights and the Sinai. And those were kind of bargain chips, turns out later. So in summary, in June 1948, the Arabs started, this is an important thing to remember, an aggressive war against Israel. Now, to occupy territory and to claim it as the result of an aggressive war is illegal under international law. It's illegal. In 1967, Israel recovered the territory that the Arabs had taken. And they did that in a defensive war. And that is a legal thing to do. Every government has an obligation that when its country is attacked, it must protect its citizens. So what Israel did in 1967 was completely legal. So Israel recovered what was already theirs, Judea, Samaria, Gaza, and Jerusalem, all of Jerusalem. So Israel has not occupied territory by an aggressive war. And in brackets I say ICJ, this is an argument that is plainly made by the ICJ in its advisory opinion. And as a result of what we saw, there is no occupied Palestinian territory. That is a myth. So, they had already lost the war in 1948 and now lost the war in 1967. It became time for another narrative. And this is what happened. In 1964, in Cairo, the Arab League founded the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization. How come? Well, many Palestinians, thousands of Palestinians, had fled Israel in 1948. And they were spread around the neighboring countries and farther away. And wherever they were, they tried to organize themselves, and that gave rise to all kinds of factions. The biggest one was Fatah. Then you had the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and so forth. And then the people in the League of, in the Arab League said, we must bring them together under one umbrella so that they will become stronger. And the process that actually already started earlier in the 60s and that has been built and excavated into the 70s and 80s, that is the following. What they say is, Palestine belongs to the Palestinians. The mandate was intended for the whole population, not just the Jews. This is a deception. In the Balfour Declaration, it is clearly said that the national home should be erected or re-erected in the land of Palestine, the Jewish homeland, and that is what they shall have there. What was then introduced was the concept of occupied Palestinian territories. And they say is, the Palestinians, we have rights in our own land. By the way, in a Palestinian state is no place for Jews who entered Palestine after 1920. So there's little room for Jews. So now we move on to the United Nations. Excuse me. Having lost 3 wars on the battlefield, 48, 67, 73, Israel's adversaries opened a new battlefield in the UN. And over time, a growing majority of UN members have started to support the Palestinian cause. It was initially spearheaded by the Soviet Union, and it got full support from the League of Arab States and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Now, this is lawfare. It is the misuse of international law to delegitimize the State of Israel. So there is a battle going on now on 2 battlefields. There's a lawfare in the UN General Assembly. There's lawfare being waged against Israel even fiercer than in the General Assembly, and that's in the UN Human Rights Council, which is a horrible area for any Jew to be. There's the International Court of Justice, as we will see how they have been manipulated. And there is the International Criminal Court, issuing arrest warrants if the prosecutor gets his way for Benjamin Netanyahu and Minister Gant for acts of war, whereas we call it acts of defense of your people. And on the ground, the traditional war, army against army, has shifted. It has more become terror. Iran is behind all of this, and the terrorism is executed by parties like Hamas, Hezbollah, etc., etc. So this is the environment we speak of. What you see in dark green is the Arab League, currently composed of 22 countries. It is called, the latest name, Arab Group, because Palestine has joined the group. Then there's the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, 57 members. And then, if you're not colorblind, you will see that just at the border of the Mediterranean, there is Israel. And unfortunately, it must be said that the African Union, with 54 members, and if you include West and South Sudan separately, North and South Sudan separately, then it would be 55. So that is the environment that Israel has to live in. Now, what the Palestinians say is we need to move forward. Our land is still occupied, but we will use the International Court of Justice to get what we want. Interestingly, they asked for an advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice. At the time that they would ask for it, their status did not permit to raise that question. There have been ties between the ANC and the PLO for decades. So what did they do? They went to the ANC, to South Africa, and say, can you make a request on our behalf? And by the way, we, that is Qatar, we will pay you. Oh, thank you. But I can manage, I can manage. We will pay you. So the request was made. And then the process started. We have made a legal analysis of the advisory opinion, and we are convinced that it is fatally flawed. And I will explain why it's fatally flawed. And we stand not alone here. You will understand that in a minute. The report, if you're interested, was published 10 days ago. It is available on our website, and I have a few copies with me, so anybody who's interested, we can start an auction later in the afternoon, and the highest bidder can get the copies. Interested, sir? Yeah. Anyhow, what you saw? It only wants to go forward, right? Don't worry, don't worry. The court is comprised of 15 judges. The president is Mr. Nawaf Salam. He's a Lebanese citizen. He has been the ambassador of Lebanon to the United Nations from 2007 to 2017. And in that time frame, he has endorsed more than 100 anti-Israel resolutions. So the man is biased. Then there's a vice president called Julia Sebutinde from Uganda. Julia is a hero. We have met with her, and she's a full-blown, that's not the right word, maybe, but she's a full-blown Christian. And she stands for the right of the Jewish people. And she literally sabled down the advisory opinion. But then, she's alone. Well, not entirely. We'll see. The term of the judges is 9 years, so every 3 years there's new judges coming in. The idea is to have a geographic spread around the world. There are areas where they don't have enough qualified jurists, so it's not everywhere 3 or 2. And the mission of the ICJ is to deal with contentious cases, so disputes between states, and to render advisory opinions. And that means that every UN organ, be it the General Assembly, the Security Council, or the UNHRC, when they have a question in the legal area, they can raise it with the ICJ. Now, the opinion that came out is a majority opinion. There were 5 separate opinions, some of them of multiple judges who came together and said, we have critique here and there. 1 dissenting opinion, I just said, Sebutinde. And actually, 6 of the 15 judges are critical of the advisory opinion. You don't read that in the press, by the way, but it is a fact. Now, I'll share the headlights with you and will not go into further details. We can speak later if you want. What they say is that Israel's continued presence in the OPT is illegal. So Israel must unconditionally end its presence in said territory. Israeli settlements are illegal and must be evacuated. Can you imagine? Israel must repair the damage done, whatever that means, I don't know, but it's going to be billions. And the UN and all states must ensure that Israel brings its presence in these territories to an end as rapidly as possible. Now, there's a number of problems with this advisory opinion. It already starts on the wrong foot, because the phrasing of the request includes the following. What are the legal consequences arising from the ongoing violation by Israel of the right of Palestinian people to self-determination from its prolonged occupation, settlement, and annexation of the Palestinian territory, occupied since 1967, including measures aimed at altering the status of Jerusalem and from its adoption of related discriminatory legislation and measures. This is so deceptive. This is so false. You cannot expect a true advisory opinion if you have to deal with it on the basis of this request. And that's what they ask for. Secondly, the process, the way it was done. It started in December 2022. And then in the course of 2023, the ICJ invited parties, countries, and even some organizations to make written submissions about the subject. There was a round of response, and then in February, oral submissions could be made. February 2024. Now, if you look at what has been done, that the written and the oral submissions were presented by 53 states, including the State of Palestine, the African Union, the League of Arab States, and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Overwhelmingly anti-Zionist entities. And they took a unilateral perspective. It was all about what Israel has done wrong, what Israel does and what it has done wrong. Not a single word about the responsibilities of the Palestinians. And given this phrasing, it was also the fact that the court was not presented with the accurate and reliable information needed to render a balanced opinion. And this is literally to be found in the dissenting opinion of Sebutinde. And then there's time pressure, and we'll come to that. Issue number 3, and that is regards the merits of the advice. By focusing exclusively on Israel's alleged misconduct, the ICJ has ignored Israel's legitimate sovereign claims to East Jerusalem, Judea, and Samaria, according to Posidatus Juris. The realities on the ground, especially Israel's existential threats emanating from the West Bank and Gaza. And not a word, well, a word, but they ignored the Oslo Accords and the peace process that was sanctioned by the UN Security Council. That was an instrument of law. And then the International Court of Justice ignores it. Strange. I will skip this, except for this one. Well, the reasoning is that the prohibition on acquisition of territory by force, well, we have just seen that Israel has not taken territory by force. They just recovered what was theirs in the defense of war. And the Palestinians' right to self-determination. That is fine. You can negotiate that. But it's not the same as statehood, à la minute. And therefore, because there are violations of principles of international law in the territories, Israel's presence is illegal. Now, these statements are contested by 5 judges and totally dismissed by Sebutinde. Actually, what he says is, the task of the court is to make a determination based on reliable evidence. And because of the one-sided questions and the vice proceedings, there is no or insufficient reliable evidence. The court has failed to consider the whole context of the dispute. It was only Israel's misbehavior. And the court should have refused to answer the biased questions to preserve the integrity of its judicial role. And the court has wanted and the court was forced by its president to render an advisory opinion. So, yeah, a few more statements of the separate statements. Let's skip that. Bottom line, the conclusion is that against the basic principles of the United Nations, a UN member state, in this case Israel, is treated unequal, whereas the UN Charter says that all states should be treated equal. Israel's sovereignty is undermined by the measures they took. And actually, aggression and extremism is rewarded. The conclusion must be that the court has allowed itself to be misused for political purposes. That is what has happened. And actually, and this was also suggested by Sebitinde, the integrity of the court is in question. Now what will happen? What will happen if the advisory opinion is considered by the UN General Assembly and if resolutions are proposed to implement it? What will happen? It will be an aggravation of violence and instability across the region, mainly because ending Israel's presence in the West Bank will create a security vacuum. And what we know is that Iran will jump in that vacuum immediately. They will have their proxies take over the Palestinian Authority. They will rule the West Bank. And then Jordan is next on the list of Iran. When they say all the settlements must be evacuated and all the Jewish presence must be eradicated, you're actually asking for the ethnic cleansing of Jews from Judea and Samaria. That is a crime, a big crime under international law and under human rights law in particular. It also means giving up Jerusalem. I don't think we have to debate that. So here's what we see. Israel surrounded by enemies. And one thing I want to let you know is there is a concept called strategic depth. If you're fighting a war, you preferably meet your enemy on his territory, not on your territory. So that's called strategic depth. Now take into account that the coastal plain of Israel, above Tel Aviv, north of Tel Aviv, is about 18 to 20 kilometers wide. That means if you consider that the Judean mountains are 600 meters high or more, that if you position a modern cannon on the Judean heights, you can wipe out everything in the coastal plain of Israel. That is a security risk that Israel can and will never accept. It's totally disregarded. So, I couldn't stay away from this two-state paradigm. We've written a book about it. You can find it on our website. It's there available in PDF, and you can order it, hard copy. It's called Two States for Two Peoples, ? And what we have found is that the two-state solution is actually based on three false axiomas. The first is that the Israel-Palestine conflict is a territorial conflict. That is not true. It's not about territory, it's about existence. That is a major one. The second is that it is possible for the Palestinians and the Israelis to live side by side in peace. Maybe. Now, if you take into account that the Palestinians and before them the Arabs, have rejected serious, very serious proposals for the implementation of a two-state solution. First, in 1937, when the British lost control and they were seeking a solution, they said, okay, let's split the country. In 1947, the UN Partition Plan. After the Six-Day War in 1967. And then in 2000, at Camp David, and in 2009, an extremely far-reaching proposal by Prime Minister Olmert. All these proposals were unequivocally turned down by the Palestinians. So, questions. Do the Palestinians want two states or one? And second question. Is a two-state solution still possible after the 7th of October? I'd just like to leave these questions with you. So in summary, the advisory opinion is legally flawed, biased and one-sided. The opinion does not contribute to world peace, and that is a major objective of the United Nations. Actually, it will incite terrorism and aggression and war. And thirdly, let's not forget, the advisory opinion is an opinion. And it's not mandatory. It is not binding. So what's happening these days? I need to sit down, need you? Oh, no, it's, I can wait. Brothers and sisters, think about it. We are really seeing, thank you. What we are seeing is the rollout of a well thought through plan to delegitimize the state of Israel. That is to say, it's illegal, you should not exist. And to eradicate it from the face of the earth. And it is in subtle steps that this is accomplished. What is called the State of Palestine does not yet have the status of a member state, but in 4 successive steps, their status has been upgraded. The latest upgrade took place in April this year. Then their status of observer state was promoted to permanent observer state. So you may say, well, why is this relevant? Well, if you are a permanent observer state, then you are entitled to submit proposals and resolutions. Aha. So, a step higher. And then, this week, last Monday, the Arab group, which came forth out of the League of Arab States, the Arab group in the UN, together with the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, have written a letter to the chairman of the UN General Assembly asking to resume the so-called 10th Special Emergency Session. That is an almost impossible name, but think of it as follows. There may be cases that are so urgent and can have such a big impact that you need to call the assembly together to discuss the matter at hand. So they've written this letter to the chairman. We follow the sites, and I cannot confirm whether their request has been granted, but we assume that it will. In the meantime, we found out that the Palestinians are circulating a draft resolution, and since they have that status, they can bring it in that emergency session. You see how international law is used against the state of Israel? You see? So here we are. And I know I'm preaching to the converted, but still, the advisory opinion is an opinion. It's not binding. We know from the voting records in the past that it is to be expected that 80 to 90 countries, states, will vote in favor of such a resolution. It's hard to believe, but this is what's happening. It's a spiritual battle. Nations must choose. On which side do you want to stand? Are you for Israel or against? Do you want to be blessed like God promised to Abraham if you stand with Israel? Or will you be cursed because you betray the state of Israel? There may be many countries, states who doesn't see it like that, but we do. And what God says will happen. The question is, what will your country do? Now, if you allow me, I would like to illustrate some of our work. When the ICJ opened the course for written submissions regarding the question the General Assembly had posed, Resolution 77-247, we immediately had a text ready, but we needed a party to submit the text. We did a bit of advocacy, and then we found the Republic of the Fiji Islands. And they were courageous enough to say, we do it if you help us. So we helped them, and they sent in the letter. And then, in February, the question was, will the Fiji Islands stand up during the oral presentations? And we called them, and they said, of course we will. And the ambassador, Filippo Tarakinikini, came down from New York, and he stood in the Peace Palace and presented the position of the Fiji Islands, which, with some bravery, I could say, was drafted by us. So that is what happened. Now, we're still in contact with the Fiji Islands because we will be in New York next week, and then we will meet with as many delegations as possible to alert them of the situation. Oh, and now something comes to my mind, which is very important. It's an ordinary fact of life. We have sent our report, this one, with a cover letter in digital format to all the ministers of foreign affairs of the UN member states, to all the ambassadors of the UN, to the UN, and to all the ambassadors of the nations that have an embassy in The Hague. So there were 190 digital letters going out. On top of that, we have sent hard copies to the ministers of foreign affairs of all the countries in Europe. Not the European Union alone, that is 27 countries, but in Europe, that's 53 countries. So they can't ignore it, neither the email nor the hard copy. However, this is no guarantee for success, because in reality, there often is a chasm between the executives that sit in the capital and the ambassadors that sit in New York. And if the Minister of Foreign Affairs does not give clear instructions to his ambassador in New York, it's in the hand of the ambassador. And God help you if that's the case. We've seen it in the Netherlands, that the Minister of Foreign Affairs was not alert enough, and that provided the ambassador of the Netherlands a chance to abstain in a critical vote. Last week I attended a reception at the Israeli embassy, and there I met with our new Minister of Foreign Affairs, Kasper Veldkamp. He has been an ambassador to Israel for 4 years. And I told him, Mr. Veldkamp, do you realize what's going on? What? The UN General Assembly next week. Oh, yeah. I said, well, do you know that there will be a resolution tabled that calls for the destruction of the state of Israel? I said, what? So, well, here's the report. You can read all about it. I said, and by the way, during the oral presentations in February this year, your head of legal said that it is allowed to commit force or to use force to realize your self-determination. Oh, he said, I didn't know that. So it seems that the government employees are a force in their own. So please, when you go home, talk to your executives that they give the right instructions to their ambassadors. Of course, in Africa that's not needed, but anywhere else in the world it is needed, believe me. So, very concretely, vote against any resolution, and these are the legal terms, but they cut to the heart, you know, when you read it. Vote against any resolution declaring Israel's presence in the territories illegal. Can you imagine? The world says what God has decided is illegal. He had it wrong. Or demanding Israel to withdraw from the territories without security guarantees. The last edition, without security guarantees, history has told us, has learned us that security guarantees don't exist. You need to stand up for yourself and fight. And that's what the Jewish people have done, always. So they will never give back Jerusalem. Impossible. And they will not evacuate Judea and Samaria. But our call is to tell the nations that this is what's going on, and you need to stand up against it. If you want the blessings of the Lord, you need to vote for Israel. Vote against the resolution and stand by Israel. And then a very practical one is to enter into Abraham Accords. And last but least, wouldn't it be great if we massively move our embassies to Jerusalem? There's enough countries who want to do it. A single country, that's not so relevant. It is a sign, but it's not so impressive. But if 5 countries do it, let alone 50, my goodness, that's a new paradigm. It really is. And we will talk in the Netherlands to the new government because they have said that there is an intention of the new government to move the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Whether they will do it is something else. How am I doing on time, Dennis? 5 minutes, wow. You're so nice. Quickly, because you know more of the Abraham Accord than I do. But it's a blueprint for peace and prosperity. Hello? So as we all know, I will talk about the legal aspects, yeah? These are agreements that normalize diplomatic relations. Signed it in August and December 2020. It's a one general declaration alongside individual agreements. So there are agreements with Bahrain, with Mexico, and the United Arab Emirates. And the agreement with Sudan is pending because of the situation in Sudan. But our brother told me that we're hopeful that it will happen. And then all of a sudden we can have 2 Abraham Accords. So in fact what it does is it formalized a long time quiet cooperation with Israel. I can testify to that. I've done several projects in my area of expertise in both Saudi Arabia and in the United Arab Emirates. And the Emirati would nothing else than an agreement and peace with Israel. So it's a matter of common interest also encountering Iranian hegemonic ambitions. It coincided, oddly enough, with the increasing efforts, no, not oddly enough, there was a reason. It coincided with the increasing efforts to counter radical Islamic extremism following the Arab Spring, the rise of ISIS, and groups such as the Muslim Brotherhood. I apologize. And this is an interesting thing. Shortly after the Six-Day War, the Arab countries came together in Cairo, or in Khartoum, in Sudan, and then they launched a declaration, and that contained the three no's. No recognition of Israel, no negotiations with Israel, no peace with Israel. Now look at what we have here. Saudi Arabia is not a member yet, but Bahrain and the Emirates and Morocco, they used to align with the Islamic states, the Arab states. And now they step away from that. It's not legally binding and not a treaty in the traditional sense. So best categorized as agreements with political and diplomatic commitments. The accords include language reminiscent of a treaty, and that is done to underline the political and diplomatic importance. So the nature of the agreements make them unique, based on cooperation, mutual benefit, rather than simply ceasing hostilities. So they are conducive to warm peace, rather than cold peace. And whereas several Arabic Islamic states do not officially recognize the State of Israel, the countries that do sign the accords implicitly do. Now I will go through this rather quickly. We've heard all of this yesterday and this morning. A very important aspect is in the field of security. There is already cooperation. Time? Okay. So I will skip to the last, which is the mics. Excuse me. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, now it's too late. This is of course, you know, this is a no-brainer, right? The moderate Arab states, they are afraid of Iran, and they want to keep them out of the door. And they don't want Iran to be the homogenist in the Middle East. But Iran goes on. They try to expand their influence in Sudan, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, and other countries of the Sahel. So security coordination with Israel and moderate Arab states will help Africa counteract increasing Iranian encroachment in the region. Do you know this? It's giving up on me, my friend. Yeah, faith-based diplomacy. A few words. It's not. He doesn't do what I want him to do. The accords are The accords show that faith-based diplomacy is more conducive to lasting peace than military interventions. Interfaith tolerance is key to solving conflict and eradicating anti-Semitism. Mutual blessing between Israel and the nations is rooted in the Bible, as we already mentioned, Genesis 12, verse 1 to 3. What we have seen already in the Emirates, for instance, are forums for interfaith dialogue, more worship sites for Jewish people in Abraham Accord countries, and very important, the promotion of religious tolerance in school curriculums and media. There is a lot to be gained in this area, as Sharon already told us this morning. This is the final slide. And I think it has a longer term and more philosophical bearing. And what we think is that the Abraham Accords open a window of freedom of mind and political independence. Unlike the so-called help from the likes of Russia, China, Iran, and Qatar. That help leads to political dependence and religious submission. So choose for your future. Ask Israel, go there and say, we want to enter into an Abraham Accord with you. Done. I think this one. Bless you. Sorry, guys. All of that for Israel. All of that for Israel. Now, come and see me at the table there if you're interested in some material. And if you have any questions or disagree, please tell me. And I hope you don't mind if I stay seated. Oh. Was it that dull?
Thank you very much, Chairman of Think, Peter Hogendon. We truly appreciate. I think we will get you to, you can now disembark the podium. Please celebrate him with a hand clap. We are encouraging you to engage Peter personally, one-to-one. One of the things that we want to do is promote the understanding of international law, but more so promote faith-based diplomacy and the Abrahamic Accord. Thank you, Karen, if you could put up the podium for me. Please celebrate Peter again. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much. When you see me mount up the podium, it means that we are in for a very serious session. By 22nd September 2005, Israel's withdrawal from the entire Gaza Strip to the 1967 Green Light and the eviction of the forced settlement in Samaria was completed. In June 2007, Hamas took over the Gaza Strip from the Palestinian Authority. And instead of making it the UAE of that site, they turned that to be a military barracks for years, which is unfortunate. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to plenary now to discuss a pertinent matter on whether we, as faith-based Africans who are in the governance space, want to individually partner with the nation of Israel. We need to ask ourselves pertinent questions on whether we are interested in showing gratitude to the Jews where our Bible came from, where the prophets of the Bible came from, where the patriarchs of the Bible came from, and where the Savior comes from. For many centuries, rather than humbling ourselves, we have opposed and persecuted them. Rather than taking note of the debt, we have been arrogant. Yet our salvation came from this country. When I look at my Bible, I notice that just like the sons of Issachar, we are living in the greatest prophetic times of our days. The whole history of the Jewish state and the Jews was foretold in the Bible, prophetically. 16 stages were predicted. I want to let you know this as we move to the plenary to make a personal and a private decision. 16 stages were predicted. The first three were given to Abraham. The first one was the enslavement in Egypt. The second one was deliverance with wealth from Egypt. The third one was possession of the land of Canaan. These three were given to our father of faith, Abraham. Then we go to Deuteronomy and other books. The fourth one was standing to idolatry in the promised land. The fifth one was that God will establish a center of worship in Jerusalem. The fifth one was that the northern kingdom of Israel will be held captive by Assyria. The seventh one was the southern kingdom called Judah will be carried into captivity by Babylon. This is what is called Judea today. The eighth one was the destruction of the first temple built by King Solomon. The ninth one was a return from Babylon. The 10th prophetic prediction was a destruction of the second temple, the one that stood during the days of Yeshua. The 11th one was in Leviticus 26 that we see that they will be scattered among the Gentiles because of disobedience. The 12th one is that they will endure persecution among the Gentiles. The 13th one was regathering from all nations back to the nation of Israel. The above have been fulfilled, and even though, as we talk here, the fulfillment is ongoing. Biblically, 3 predictions are remaining. One is active, the 14th one, gathering of all nations against Israel for war. Ladies and gentlemen, members of various parliaments, honorables, today, all nations under the United Nations, and I'm talking about every nation represented here, is gathered against Israel for war. You might have not taken weapons. You might have not thrown bombs to them. You might have not done anything that is warfare to them. But all African nations today are against Israel in lawfare diplomatically. I received, if you can broadcast that letter, that is prediction number 14. I received a letter from some of our friends in the United Nations, and as Fred puts it up, today, the entire of the disposition of the African Union is gathered against Israel for war. The African Union is not interested in the existence of the nation of Israel. The United Nations is not interested with the existence of the nation of Israel. The brothers that you're seeing seated here, our brothers, the Jews, our nations do not want to see them existing. Well, you might call it a joke, but this is what your diplomats are doing at the Africa Union. This is what your diplomats are doing at the United Nations. I received this letter. Just take it up. And it is from my friend Gil Capen, who they monitor the United Nations. And this is what he had to tell me. He was telling me about Kenya's voting record on Israel at the UN. He said, despite excellent bilateral relations, which have, if anything, improved over the recent years, Kenya's posture vis Israel at the United Nations has been extremely negative. With a few recent, not notable exception, Kenya is a reliable and consistent vote against the nation of Israel. It should be pointed out that Africa countries under pressure from the Arab League, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and the non-allied movement tend to vote against Israel as a matter of course in the international fora. And as a result of years of this state of affairs, foreign ministry bureaucracies tend to be, at best, extremely cautious, and in most cases, actively supporting of a voting pattern that supports the Palestinian narrative against Israel. Kenya is no exception. This letter was presented to my president, and unfortunately, 7 days later, my country was burning, and we were in trouble. This is not an exception to any African country. If you can put up the other one. So this letter reads, and it gives the whole narrative of how we have been doing, and extremely, note that Kenya is 85% Christian. 85% Christian. The Christians in my country are not aware and alive to the diplomats in my country persecuting the nation of Israel. The continent of Africa, in the next 15 years, will be 750 million Christians. Yet none of our diplomats support Israel, and they do this as secret cartels at the United Nations and Africa Union. These institutions have been shaped by our diplomats, and I say diplomacy is fluent in every language, including double speak. And that's the reason why we are teaching the church about faith-based diplomacy. Today, the diplomats at the UN are telling us that Judea and Samaria, where my Savior started his ministry, where King David ruled, that the Israelis there are not supposed to be there. They're supposed to vacate immediately. And they have no heritage there or right to be there. How is the next 10 years going to look like if none of us decide to individually stand with the nation of Israel? When you look at this nation, when we are scrolling down, don't scroll down yet, as long as there is a Y, which means yes, there's an A, which means abstain. If your pattern is not N, just know that the kind of persecution that is there. Just go to the last page so that we can see well. Now, these are 3 resolutions that basically are weaponized against the nation of Israel. If you're in favor of this weaponization, your country will vote yes. They may abstain. They don't want to support, and that's A. If they are against and they are for Israel's right to defend itself, right to exist, they will vote N. And if they don't want nothing to do with this conversation, they will go to bed or they will go to do shopping in New York. If your country is Y or A, then it means that is lawfare against the nation of Israel. We can begin to the top. As you can see, our friends in Afghanistan, they are fully towards that narrative. So look at all these countries that begin. None of them is pro-Israeli. None. Zero whatsoever. Just continue scrolling slowly. You're not seeing?
Maybe? You all switch off, which all the lights are switched off here. Or can we switch off this light? All right. So the only exception, go to the, okay, let us look at the United States. Can somebody switch off this light? That's the one that is blinding you. This light. Can you look at is that better? Okay. Can you go to the United States, Fred? That's the United States. Look at the United States pattern. 100% pro-Israeli. Not a single year. And this is between 2000 and 2021. We also have continued 100% pro-Israeli. That's the kind of pattern that we wish to partner with. Go to the nation of Israel. I'm sorry, those are the only two examples I can show. In Africa, we have, I think, Malawi. Sorry? Micronesia. All right. Micronesia. Yeah. Malawi. Where is Malawi? You just passed it. Micronesia. Oh, Micronesia also. But Moody, there was a problem in 2020. And there was a problem in 2000. But that's a good record. Can somebody give Honorable Moody a mic? No. Marshall Islands. Can somebody give Honorable Moody a mic, because we can't hear you well. Don't worry. There's, sorry, I think I'm the one. Where is the mic? Yeah, pass the mic to Moody. Don't worry, we'll listen to you. We are 3 minutes. Just, it's important what you're saying.
What I wanted to say is that, I'm sorry for my voice, there are countries that regularly vote for Israel, okay? Micronesia, Marshall Islands, few small Pacific countries, because Papua New Guinea sometimes, because they are not afraid, okay? And they were not bought yet by the Arab money. Now, I don't expect the countries of Africa to shift immediately from against Israel to support Israel. Just to abstain first, okay? If 50 countries will abstain, that will change the map. It will also show who are the real enemies and who are the ones that are the followers. And since I got the mic, and as an ex-minister, I cannot say goodbye to a mic without talking, then it's 1 minute. Look, your representatives, and I'm talking generally, not specifically about anyone, in the United Nations sometimes vote, like Dennis described, in opposite to what their foreign ministry tells them. Sometimes the foreign ministry doesn't say anything. Sometimes they are very much appreciated by, financially appreciated by the enemies of Israel for doing so. This is how you make some small money, you know, when you are there. Now, you are parliamentarians. And parliamentarians has a tool that is called a questionnaire, okay? You can put a question in the parliament, okay? And you can put that question and also write a letter or call the foreign ministry before and say, in 2 weeks' time, there's going to be a vote about such and such, okay? What are you going to order or tell your ambassador in the United Nations to do? Okay? You do that before. If it turns out that the person voted negatively, just ask the question, did he receive any personal payment for what he did? You don't say he did, okay? Don't blame anyone for something he did you don't know for sure. But that just ask, can you guarantee to us that his voting did not come from a very personal negative purpose? That puts pressure, okay? Then, you know, when you continue and you continue, they understand it's an issue and they say, okay, let's leave that aside. Sometimes we will fail. Sometimes we have to admit your countries do not support because it's a policy of the country. But there are things that you as individuals can do and struggle for, and don't give up. A question doesn't cost anything, and the title or the headlines that can come will clearly indicate that you are fighting for the wrong cause. Your voters will appreciate it, and the people in the right places will think twice, maybe, before they take a decision against Israel. Sorry, I took from your time, Dennis.
Dennis, one comment, I'm sure Modi will agree with me. In order that your representative will abstain, you need to demand that your state and your foreign affairs ministry will support. Right? We are politicians. If you want them to avoid, if you want them to abstain, you need to push and to stand with the cut and clear opinion that you need to support the justice and the truth and to be strong, so maybe they will go to the middle and will be abstain. And second thing, that you have opportunity, because it was published that Mahmoud Abbas, the head of the what's called Palestinian authorities, aim to nowadays he has actually appealed to the General Assembly with different resolutions, that it's a good opportunity to implement what we are doing now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, you want to see, show Nigeria. Bishop Sally wants to see Nigeria. There's Nigeria, purely pro the false narrative. Let's see Zambia. There is Zambia, very, very pro narrative. Benin. Benin, very, very pro. Sorry? Central African Republic. Central African Republic, they support, they hide. Sorry, can you go back to CAR? Yeah, there, you can just, yeah, that's it. Uganda. Let's say Uganda, then we go to DRC. There is Uganda, a very, very pro-Palestine, that narrative. Democratic Republic of Congo. There is DRC. DRC. DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. DRC. Okay, there is Congo. Just hold on to Congo. Okay, both of them are actually there. So the most important thing, by the way, you can study the diplomatic policy based on who was there during that regime. So you'll be able to know that this president was pro this or pro that. But I'll tell you the truth, and I wrote this to my boss, Josh Reinstein, and he said, that's too radical. I thought they'd delete it. But the truth is that if you stand with the jihadists, it's usually the fact that the diplomats are corrupted to a greater level. And majority of them don't even know this truth that we're talking about. They don't even care about it. So they put your country into error. But at the end of the day, this is kept as deep secrets. But we are mining this information and we'll be supplying it to you as much as possible, so that when those guys are coming to ask a vote back again to the Christians, then you can tell them, we know what you've been doing in the dark. No wonder we're in so much problems politically in our country. This document is already supplied to you. You can be able to see it within there. Are you able to give me Peter's presentation when we saw the map of Africa, please? If you can, as I finish this. And I said that point number 14, which is a prophetic, prediction, is that there's a gathering of all nations against Israel. Number 15, which I know, Sharon, when Sharon was here, she told you that at Temple Mount, there's a presence that has landed there. Unusual like other days. I've been there thrice. And I know it's because God is interested, or the heavens is doing point number 15. Point number 15 is the supernatural revelation of the Messiah. That's where we're getting to. God is interested in revealing the Messiah. Number 16, which is the end, is the coming of the Messiah in his full glory, power, majesty for the millennium. Now, the idea about the fight of Jerusalem is to prevent that. It's interesting that the enemies of God are crazy. Let me read to you this last bit, then we do exactly what we need to do. The book of Joel writes exactly one of the missions that will happen. Have you been able to put that presentation? Peter's presentation where there's the map of Africa. Yes. Joel 3:1-12. Please listen to this, because this is why not only the nation of Israel is important. What is your stake about this persecution that we saw? He says in Joel 3:1, "For behold, in those days and in that time, when I shall bring again the captivity of Judah and Jerusalem." Now, the captivity of Judah is the Judea and Samaria, the whole madness that they're saying, get out of this place. And Jerusalem, I will also gather all nations, and I will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat. When you see Jehoshaphat in the Bible, it means the place of judgment. And in this valley in Israel, at the end of the valley, my friend was telling me, guess whose offices are there? The United Nations offices. How the Bible is so real. And this is what it says. "And I will plead with them there for my people and my heritage Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and have parted my land." God says, what I will do is I will gather all nations. The office of the United Nations is at the end of that valley of Jehoshaphat. And he says, my discussion with them will be regarding how they have treated the nation of Israel, the apple of God's eye. When the term apple technically means pupil and adoration. It means that through the land of Israel, God watches the acts of Israel. Literally, Israel is like an eye of God to the nations. God sees everything through Israel on how the world is treating his apple. Because at the end of the day, the apple God does, I have to dare to touch your eye. At the end of the day. So if then that is God's eye, then it means all the bombs towards Israel are meant to blinden God and remove him from doing anything in that land that he wants to do. It's like literally somebody throwing things to you. But I wanted to show you this is Africa. This is your Africa. The green means that we are under jihadist occupation. The green means that. And sometimes I ask myself whether we have a continent, and I'm being very honest. I get into a lot of trouble speaking these things, but that's the truth. God, I spoke a lot, many years about jihadism. Then one day I was teaching bishops on jihadism and terrorism because in my country, we have lost close to 10,000 Christians. Ambassador Sunkuli can tell you here. You can talk to him privately, Uncle. We have suffered against terrorism the worst. And then he told me one time when I was training bishops in the coastal city of Mombasa, where as a Christian you could not do crusades. Part of my country, almost 3/4 of it, you can't begin a church. And he told me one time, he said, stop it. Stop it. This plan will never fail because it's your plan. Where is your plan as the Christians? Where is your plan? He said, give me your plan as Christians and I'll bless it. And it's been 10 years and I still haven't seen one. I've been trying. That's why we are putting such conferences. Is that the unity of Christians in this continent is almost nil. The truth of the fact is that we are more interested in careers than being godly. A Muslim is a Muslim doctor. He's a Muslim first and he's a doctor. But meet the Christian guy, he's a doctor and a Christian on Sundays. So are our politics. We are shy to carry God into parliament and into state houses. That's the reason why we suffer such terrible defeats and embarrassments. Until the day we decide to be Christian first. Because he says after the millennial rule, those who support Jesus, they must be ready to be decapitated. Only one faith decapitates. You have to get ready for that. If you don't want Jesus, drop him and go. He says, don't be hot or don't be in the middle. Either be hot or cold. I'm not interested in those who are not radicals. This is the picture of our continent. This is a map that was drawn by the radicals. They have a plan from the day, and it's a 7-point plan. If you want me to meet you in private, I can tell you. And it is accurate to the core. They don't attack in vain. It's for domination. And your country is a victim. I visited Liberia, and I told Liberia, you are the last stronghold almost in West Africa against this jihadism. If you don't protect this country, the whole of the Western Hemisphere is gone in Africa. Bishop Sally there, please, Bishop Sally, stand, we clap for you. Please clap for this woman of God. She has carried the weight in Israel embarrassingly. Part of the reason why she's not appointed in government today is the reason why she's pro-Israel. It's the same case with me. You can ask her. You have to be ready, whether to be with God or not with God. And that's the reason why we are moving to plenary now. And we need to make a decision. The decision is private. You're not doing it on behalf of your government, but you're doing it as somebody who comes from that state. We want to pass a resolution. In fact, we're calling it the Addis Ababa Declaration, where we just stand for the truth. There's nothing too radical, nothing too crazy. We're just saying, allow the Jews to exist. All we are saying is just normal things. We're not saying anything crazy. We're not saying attack other nation. We're not saying beat anybody up. We're saying allow them to exist. Allow them, if there's nothing crazy about that, there's nothing radical about that. Allow them to live. Allow them to worship. I wrote an article about the worship on Temple Mount. I said, no. I mean, I went there, I can't prostrate, I can't carry the Bible, I can't carry what? It's only Christians and Jews that are not allowed to worship the holiest mountain. It's ridiculous. They told me, you can't remove your shoes because I'm not Jew. I said, even in my church, I don't enter with my shoes. My altar, I live. If you don't want me to go in, I'm not wearing shoes. I have the right to worship my God the way I want to worship Him. And we must be fair to God. Because the problem of God is no longer the devil. It is Christians who flip-flop. That's the truth. That man, whoever it is, that spirit was defeated many years ago. But God is just looking for dependable people. He has even reduced it to bare minimum. He said, okay, forget the multitude. Just give me one man per nation. I'm not interested in two, just one man. And the sin of a nation does not trouble God as much as God is troubled when there's no one man that can stand for that nation and repent for his sin. We see that in Daniel. We see that in Esther. We see that in Abraham. And we see that in Moses. He's not condemning the nation for his sin. He's appearing before God and saying, look, we have persecuted Israel. We have done against your will. It is me that you will judge because I'm here to repent on behalf of my nation. But today, we're here to make personal decisions. No pressure. Sorry, I get a bit passionate sometimes. It's a sin I carry. We're doing the Addis Ababa Declaration today. You're not doing it on behalf of your government. We need to clarify that. It's a personal thing. And when you get this personal thing, you can take it to your parliament and take it on the floor. Qatar is recruiting Muslim parliamentarians. Ask your colleagues. And they are going there and they're being given materials to table in their parliaments so that they can move pro-jihadist operations in your country. We're just asking you to do what the Bible is saying. Is it too hard to say that Amit Halevi has the right to live? What is so complex about that? What is so complex to say that Sharon's family and the husband and the kids are at risk by Iran, which is accurate? What is so hard to say that? And to say, Iran, we don't want you to do that. What is so difficult about condemning a terror regime that its sole purpose in life is not building medical solutions, but is in building technological bombs to destroy a people who have done nothing against them? The only sin is being Jew. What a sin. What a terrible sin. I'm going to call the mover of the motion. We are open for plenary. Please note that you can object openly or privately. The mover of the motion is going to be Honorable Katuta from Zambia. It's a parliamentary thing. I haven't been voted into parliament yet, but I sit in the Council of Heavens as a bishop. He will move, then the list and the declaration will move around you. Please read, turn it around, then sign. Once you sign, it's private, not on behalf of any government. But we're asking you, please, don't allow God when he comes, the Messiah when he comes, to judge your nation. You are present when you're standing as an advocate of the nation, to stand before the nation. It's an open plenary session. Please note that you can ask for a mic and speak, but I henceforth welcome the move of the motion. Thank you very much, Honorable Katuta.
Good afternoon once again. Kindly ask those other members of parliament who are outside to come in. Do we all have the copies? You don't have? Who else doesn't have a copy? Okay. Let's still get it. Okay. Are we good to go now? Okay. Which other country is not there? Yeah, this is just a draft, and we are going to make amendments to it. It's just a draft. After we've gone through it, then we'll be able to add or subtract that which you feel shouldn't be there or should be there. Okay? All right. I, Given Katuta Mwirwa, Member of Parliament of Zambia, and a member of the Caucus of Israeli Allies Foundation, would like to move a motion on a motion which I want to present to the Pan-Africa Israel Parliamentary Summit. This is Addis Ababa Declaration of Africa-Israel Cooperation and Partnership. The chairpersons of the Israel Allies caucuses in the parliaments of Botswana, Cameroon, the Central African Republic, the Republic of the Congo, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Ethiopia, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Kenya, Madagascar, Nigeria, Rwanda, South Africa, South Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda, and Zambia acknowledged the following. Whereas the Africa-Israel Summit is committed to promoting awareness of God's love for Israel and the Jewish people across Africa and globally, and aims to educate political leaders on the significance of Israel. Whereas the right of the Jewish people to re-establish their national home in the British Mandate of Palestine as affirmed by the binding San Rem Resolution of April 25, 1920, and was subsequently confirmed by the unanimous vote of the League of Nations Council in the Mandate for Palestine on July 24, 1922. Whereas the Charter of the United Nations and principles of international law mandate that states recognize and respect each other's sovereignty, the right to live in peace and security, develop friendly relations and cooperation, and resolve disputes through peaceful means. Whereas Article 8 of the Charter of the United Nations guarantees the Jewish people's right to establish their homeland in Palestine, which was realized with the creation of the State of Israel on May 14, 1948. Whereas the October 7th attacks have led to a troubling surge in anti-Semitism, making it crucial to reject racism, anti-Semitism, and to remain faithful to scriptural teachings, recognizing their relevance in current events concerning Israel and the Middle East. Whereas international law necessitates that the resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict respect the historic, legal, culture, and religious connections of Jewish people to historic Palestine, including Jerusalem, and the Judea and Samaria West Bank. Whereas the summit aims to build upon the principles of Abraham Accords and invites Muslim nations and members of parliament of goodwill to join in fostering a future of peace and prosperity rather than war and terrorism in the Middle East. Consequently, we call on African heads of state to adopt the following resolutions. We stand by Israel. 2, we affirm Israel's rights to exist within secure borders free from acts and threats of terror. 3, we affirm Jerusalem as the legitimate, undivided, and eternal capital of the state of Israel. 4, we affirm that denying Israel's right to exist, anti-Zionism, constitutes a form of anti-Semitism. 5, we reject all calls for the destruction of the state of Israel. 6, we will not tolerate anti-Semitism and will challenge modern anti-Semitism disguised as propaganda, undermining and delegitimizing Israel's existence. 7, we condemn the ongoing threat to Israel's existence by Iran and its proxy armies, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. 8, we denounce the violence and terrorism against Israel perpetrated by Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and Fatah, including taking hostage, I beg your pardon. Number 8, we denounce the violence and terrorism against Israel perpetrating by Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and Fatah, including hostage-taking in violence of the international law. 9, we denounce Iran as the world's leading sponsor of terror and their nuclear aspirations. 10, we condemn the legal attacks on Israel at the UN, ICC, ICJ, and African Union that undermine negotiations and existing agreements, including the Oslo Accords. 11, we support all multilateral efforts involving Israel that promote dialogue, cooperation, and mutual respect as pathways to regional peace, including Abraham Accords with Bahrain, Morocco, Sudan, and the United Arab Emirates. 12, we support Israel's observer status at the African Union. 13, we commit to enhancing diplomatic, economic, security, and other forms of cooperation between Africa and Israel. I thank you.
Any seconder? Any seconder?
I, Honorable Julius Moilinga, the chairperson of Africa-Israel Foundation in the National Legislative Assembly of the Parliament of South Sudan, hereby second the declaration made, the motion or declaration made by this House as proposed by the chairperson from Zambia, with all the changes that are bound to come and all the signatures put in on this paper as to be valid and eternal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other seconder? The seconder.
My motion is to the page 2. The last.
Based on the seconder, the declaration is adopted formally. And now we move to amendments. Any proposed amendments will be, we're moving the mic and then thank you, Honorable Katuta. Thank you. Please clap for her, celebrate her. Any amendments that you propose, we are moving the mic around. It's going to be beamed on the... We're trying to sort out the technical, but each one of us have the piece of paper so we can still discuss from there. Allow me to give to the member and then we move around.
My amendment is to the page 2, the last paragraph. In French, attendu que les attentats du 7 octobre. Can we put the year? 7 octobre.
The member is moving to say that the October 7th, after the 7th, the year should be indicated. So we edit the year to be...
And here?
And number 12. So on that particular point is the inclusion of the year after the October 7th. And which other point, sorry? Beatrice, you're noting that? So full stop. All right, show me again, sorry. That is number? Page 4, this is page 4. Oh, full stop. That's number 11. Okay. So in number 11, instead of, after the United Arab Emirates, instead of a hyphen, then it should be a full stop. Thank you. Beatrice, are you noting those changes? After 7th October, you include the year that the attacks happened. And then number 11, full stop instead of hyphen. Any other amendments? Sorry, we are short of mics. Honorable Julius.
Thank you very much. Mine is the second. Consequently, we call on the African heads of state to adopt the following resolutions. 1, passed. 2nd, to affirm Israel's right to exist within secure borders free from acts and threats of terror. Borders of what? Of her historic homeland. Of her historic homeland. It must be mentioned, because anybody can just dish out something to Israel and they will say, well, it was amended. But if it is emphatically put, the land of Israel as per history, Judea and Samaria, for that matter. Thank you. This is a time for being serious.
Okay, this is it.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, thank you so much. I've also seen we are, as members of parliament, we are here represented, and I've also realized that there are so many countries which are missing on the list. So I don't know whether they picked this from the attendance. I've seen my colleague here has been omitted from the list. It's paramount that the 2 days conference be appreciated by their presence and their contribution to be added on this. Thank you.
Thank you. We had made that observation before we printed this, but due to the holiday, we're not able to print that. So what we will do is that we will say the members of parliament from the countries undersigned. We will not mention these countries here. There's a signing list that is going around based on preferences. Whoever who signs then will be included into this declaration. So we are completely deleting the whole of this phrase and only writing the members of parliament undersigned. And there's a signatory board that is coming around, so you can sign or push it aside. It's just your own preference. But thank you very much for that observation. Oh, that is what you wanted to say. Yep. By the way, the members of the Knesset also are signing this together with us. So
Yes, Honorable Rebecca from Sierra Leone. We are doing this declaration. It's good to think of ourselves as a caucus. I don't think if we are legitimately recognized in our parliament. So I think we should put something there to say, whereas as members of the caucus in different parliament be recognized by the speaker and the governments of our different nations. So I want us to put that particular phrase there so that it can be signed, and if taken to our different parliaments, we can share with our speakers and all those authorities concerned so that we can be there legitimately, so when we undertake any activity, they will recognize us. That is what I want us to put in. Thank you.
thank you. Questions? There are members here who are still joining the caucuses. I think we have 10 requests now. So we need to debate fully on that. I think let Honorable Amit.
Okay.
Okay, she's already up.
Okay. Thank you so much. The issue that my honorable colleague has just mentioned, taking to our speakers, some of our speakers are against Israel, they're Muslims, and some of our speakers, like in Zambia, is hectic, that's what I can say. So this can be a stumbling block. Maybe if we say, maybe we do copy chairpersons for caucuses, like in Zambia we have parliamentary, Christian Parliamentary Caucus, and we have also Israel Allies Foundation Caucus. Just to go through the chairpersons, not the speakers. Some of the speakers, maybe, I don't know of other colleagues, but some are Muslim, and we might have a challenge. I submit.
Yes, I know, but what I'm saying here, in our different parliaments, we have rights to religion. It's our human right. So for any group or organization set up in a parliament and it's operating, if that group or organization is not having any recognition, anything that happens, they will say they don't know and they did not recognize it. It's just recognizing it that it exists in parliament and they will be taking XYZ activities so that we have that recognition, because there are other faiths, like in my parliament. It was recognized that they built a mosque in the compound of the parliament, and we did not reject. So if we come up as an Israel African caucus in Parliament of Sierra Leone that we want to build a chapel, they will also recognize that. So we need that recognition in our parliament to be legitimate. It doesn't matter whether the speaker is a Muslim or a Christian. We have to make that very clear because it's our human right. Thank you.
Because we are in the final hours, not of this important summit. I think that I was here and I listened very carefully to your statements and to all the marvelous things that were in these 2 days. And as a conclusion of what has been said here, I think that I have 2 amendments. One, I'll start from the second one. Number three, the resolution number 3. We affirm Jerusalem as the legitimate, undivided, and eternal capital of the state of Israel, and I suggest to add to this that we urge our governments to move our embassy to the eternal capital of Israel, Jerusalem. That's one amendment. And the second one, which I think is even more important because this is the essence of what we talked in the last 2 days, is the second resolution. The second resolution, we affirm Israel's right to exist. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really sorry, but the right to exist should be obvious. You know, maybe there are people in the world that got used to the fact that Jews are being killed. And from time to time, there come a minister of foreign affairs to Israel and said, hey, Israelis, you have the right to exist. Thank you very much. This is obvious. What we should, maybe you can add it, but the most important thing in this resolution, I think, is that we affirm, I suggest to you, of course, this is your forum, we affirm Israel's biblical and following your comment, by the way, we affirm Israel's biblical and historical rights on Israel land and on Israel lands, and therefore we support, or we, how to phrase it, and that's why we resist any other political entity, any other states besides Israel from the river to the sea. What I mean here is that from the river to the sea, as Peter has just explained us very well, homeland, national rights. There are individual rights, there are community rights, but national rights there are only to the Jewish people, as it in the Bible, as it in Balfour Declaration, by the way, as it in Faisal-Weizmann Agreement in 1919, also, national rights on the land of Israel is only to the people of Israel. That's why I don't know what you will accept, but first of all, to remind the biblical and national rights, I think that's necessary. And I also urge you to state, to include in this statement that you do not agree any state besides the one and only Jewish state from the river to the sea. Thank you.
I agree with you. I just want to make a suggestion that's missing here in my
her point on the fact that whether the Christians want to alienate their own rights of worship in their parliaments. I think anyone who wants to add to that debate, or should we move to vote to adopt it? Huh? Yes. Would you? Let's have a second.
I totally do agree with my sister, my colleague from Sierra Leone. There is nothing as members of parliament that we can do without the knowledge of the parliamentary aides, who is the speaker. Our existence and our being here to the members of parliament, I believe, are unknown to our parliamentary heads. There are so many members of parliament who sought for permissions to be here, and they were granted. And whenever you are establishing any caucus, any association, any forum in the parliament, we must seek for legalization, authority, and permission of the speaker with the clerk of parliament. So I do totally agree with my sister from Sierra Leone that we carry our discussion from here, and that's why we have been invited to be here, to disseminate information. I was telling my brothers from South Sudan that his presentation was what had written here, that God established Israel and the city of Jerusalem for his message that his son, Jesus Christ, was born and was being taken for preaching, for us to carry on. And this is the message that we are going to carry on from this sitting, from this summit to our different countries. And I believe with the time we will be invited back to give a feedback on what we have transmitted to our different countries. So I do concur with my Sierra Leone counterpart that we be given data, information, formally we take to our different countries. And that is why the caucuses are there in different parliaments of African countries. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all brothers and sisters. Yeah, I'm so emotional about this because I've been to Israel 3 times. I've been there 3 times, and they live side by side. I don't know why this war is continuing. It's unfortunate. But I want to align with my 2 sisters because I came here, actually, where are those, my 2 friends? Oh, Ethiopia, come. Excuse me, stand up. Oga, stand up now. We attended a conference last year in Bonn, Germany, and we have a forum. It's through there he invited me to come here. I'm not here officially, and I'm not here representing Nigeria. I want to align with them so that we can go back home and lobby and get the proper approval for all of us. I will be happy. Thank you very much.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. J'aimerais compléter ce qu'a dit nos sœurs. Après, je pense que ça dépend du règlement intérieur de chaque Assemblée nationale.
I agree with my sister, but it depends on every internal regulation in the National Assembly.
Pour le cas du Congo, par exemple,
As for Congo, for example,
il y a les commissions qui sont les organes techniques du bureau de l'Assemblée nationale.
the committees are the technical organs of the National Assembly.
Et les groupes parlementaires qui dépendent du bureau de l'Assemblée nationale, donc le président de l'Assemblée nationale.
And the parliamentary groups depending directly on the National Assembly.
Mais tout ce qui est caucus, réseau parlementaire,
but everything that is caucus and network,
ce sont des initiatives privées des députés selon leur choix de combat.
Are personal initiative from the deputies according to their personal conviction and battles.
Moi, par exemple, la législature passée,
as for me, for example,
j'étais présidente du réseau des parlementaires abolitionnistes.
I was part of the abolitionist network.
Un réseau des parlementaires qui évoluait seul.
And we were evaluating alone.
Tout ce qu'on nous demandait, c'est d'informer, mais pas avoir l'autorisation, mais informer.
We were allowed to just to inform, nothing else.
Si vous avez une activité parlementaire au sein de l'Assemblée nationale,
if you have a parliamentary activity in the midst of the National Assembly,
le réseau doit informer, mais pas avoir l'autorisation.
The network should inform but not have an authorization.
De la même manière, il y a des parlementaires qui sont membres des réseaux contre les violences sexuelles,
The same way some parliamentary are members of networks
santé,
against
santé de la
abuses,
population,
the health of the
la
population,
vaccination, qui
vaccination,
n'ont rien à voir directement avec l'administration de l'Assemblée nationale.
no direct bound with the National
De la même
Assembly,
façon que
the
les
same
caucus.
way.
Alors, je l'ai vraiment
the
dit
caucuses.
sincèrement, ça dépend du règlement intérieur de
It
chaque
depends
Assemblée
on the
nationale.
internal rules of
Mais
each
pour
national
nous, par
assembly.
exemple, avec mon collègue,
And for us, with my colleague,
le fait qu'on soit ici, nous avons reçu l'autorisation de l'Assemblée nationale, mais le caucus, c'est lui et moi qu'allons diriger, qu'allons gérer. Ça n'a rien à voir avec l'Assemblée nationale.
we have received an authorization of
Mais
the
c'est un
National Assembly to
combat
be here,
que l'on
but
a
as
choisi
for the caucus,
seul en
it
tant
is
que député.
just involving us personally.
Voilà, et quand on va rentrer, on va voir comment élargir les réseaux.
And when we'll go back, we'll see how
Mais
to
du
enlarge
moins,
the network. But
c'est un combat que l'on a choisi seul en tant que député.
we have chosen that battle by ourselves.
D'accord, merci.
I think we should not cost our time because this document is contain about the legal right of Israel. If we interpret, or you can interpret word by different, providing different meanings. So we can talk many things about the paper, but basically it contains about legal right of Israel, humanity, right to exist Israel, and unfairness. So as a human being, we are talking a lot for the whole 2 days. So we should sign, and it's better not to waste our time. Thank you.
Merci. Traducteur. Traducteur. Translator. Take the mic. Merci. Je voudrais donc réagir un peu par rapport à 2 amendements
I would like to react a bit about 2 amendments
proposés par notre collègue du Soudan du Sud
proposed by our colleague of South Sudan
et proposés aussi par notre collègue Amit de la Knesset.
and by our colleague Amit from Knesset.
Le premier amendement, il était question que nous devons ajouter les limites historiques.
The first amendment was to add the historic borders.
Personnellement, ça ne me pose absolument pas de problème.
Personally, I completely agree with it.
Le problème, c'est que nous sommes sur le terrain d'un combat qui se veut aussi juridique.
The problem is that we are on the field of a problem that is also legal.
Ça veut dire que les frontières sont celles définies par les Nations Unies lors de la déclaration de la fondation de l'État d'Israël, reconnue par les Nations Unies.
Which means that the border are the one acknowledged by the.
Et donc, il ne faut pas que nous prenions des voies qui risquent de nous mettre en difficulté devant des argumentations juridiques que nous risquons d'affronter et qui risquent de nous faire perdre de la face.
So we must be prudent as for the precision of the borders.
Le deuxième amendement
The second amendment
de notre collègue honorable Amit
of our colleague
nous
Amit
demande aussi de mettre, nous affirmons que Jérusalem est la capitale légitime, indivisible et éternelle de l'État d'Israël, ce qui est juste, je suis très d'accord,
I agree
mais
with
ajouter que nous devons transférer les ambassades, je crois que ça relève de la diplomatie.
But adding about the move of the embassy to Jerusalem, it concerns the diplomacy.
Si nous reconnaissons déjà
If we
que
already
Jérusalem
acknowledge that
est la
Jerusalem
capitale
is the
d'Israël,
capital of Israel,
il s'ensuit implicitement
implicitly
que
les ambassades
The embassies
qui vont être accréditées par l'État d'Israël.
who will be acknowledged by the state of Israel.
Israël doit prendre des mesures
Israel will
juridiques
take
pour
legal
que
measures
ces
for
ambassades
these
s'installent
embassies to be
à
installed
Jérusalem.
in Jerusalem.
Et donc, ça ne me pose pas de problème
So I have no problem
si
here.
nous laissons voilà, la déclaration niveau 3 au niveau où il est écrit.
If we let the affirmation as it is presently,
Parce que nous allons signer cette déclaration.
because we shall sign that declaration.
Mais si nous nous disons que nous demandons à ce que nos ambassades soient transférées, nous autres qui n'avons pas encore des ambassades, ça pose problème.
Having yet some embassies, we have a problem.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Merci, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
C'est une grande opportunité pour nous
It's a great opportunity for us
de participer à ce sommet.
to be part of that summit.
Je voudrais suggérer
I would like to suggest
dans les recommandations
in the recommendations
qu'on rementionne la volonté d'Israël
to mention the will of Israel
de collaborer avec tous les pays.
to collaborate with other countries.
En plus,
More of that.
La Guinée, il y a 81 conseillers.
In Guinea, we have 91 advice counselors.
Et je pense que nous sommes un groupe de 9 chrétiens,
And
si
we
j'ai
are a
belle
group
mémoire.
of 9 Christians, if I can remember.
Il y a certains chrétiens au niveau de l'administration du président.
We have some Christians at the level of the administration of the president.
Parmi le groupe de 9 chrétiens, il y a le bishop Monseigneur Boston.
Among the group of 9, we have Bishop Boston.
J'étais déjà allé au Parlement israélien en 2002.
I was in the Israeli Parliament in 2022.
Et j'ai compris l'intérêt pour les pays chrétiens de soutenir Israël.
And I've understood the interest for the Christian countries to
Et nous
support Israel.
À travers les discours, nous avons compris la menace qui pesait.
And through the speeches, we have understood the threat that was upon
J'ai
Israel.
même rendu compte au Parlement,
And
aux
I
chrétiens du Parlement.
give an account to the Christians of the Parliament.
Et c'est l'Église de Guinée
It is the Church of Guinea
qui m'a proposé.
that has proposed me.
Mais j'ai pris soin d'écrire légalement au président du CNT
I've taken care to write legally
qui a donné l'ordre de venir.
for me to receive the authorization to come.
Il est musulman,
He's a Muslim,
foncièrement ancré,
deeply rooted,
mais le Parlement est neutre.
but the Parliament is not neutral.
Donc, je n'ai pas de problème pour signer, mais je voudrais rendre compte aux chrétiens, au groupe de chrétiens,
So I have no problem to sign the
Qui est-
document, and I want to give account to the
qui est
Christians, the
dirigé
group of
par
Christians,
Monseigneur Boston,
led by Bishop Boston.
avant de signer. C'est une
Before I
proposition que
sign.
je vais faire.
That's my proposal.
Parce que le caucus, ça sera bien le groupe de chrétiens
Because the caucus will be indeed the group of the Christians.
qui va travailler sur ça. Et lorsqu'il y aura des décisions
And
en
when
faveur d'Israël,
we shall have
c'est
decisions in
bien
favor
tous
of
les
Israel,
chrétiens du Parlement guinéen qui vont
it shall be
signer,
the Christian of the Guinean Parliament that will sign it,
qui vont faire le plaidoyer donc.
that will plead indeed.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished colleagues, our visitors, our Israel citizens, ladies and gentlemen. Moima Briggs Menza from Liberia. I have 2 points. I think I have one correction to be made, but let me say this. As parliament members, we have already leaders, and our leaders, we must stand for cause. If we say we want to be part of something, let us show that willingness to be a part. I'm sure this conference didn't just happen overnight. It went on for a period, and communication was sent back and forth. If you are not in the mood or inclined enough to be a part, I think we should have been spoken. For me, I was being appointed as the Asia Ally Chair, and I submitted a communication to my Parliament, and my induction was done. My speaker was present, so he's inclined of what I do. If it is not in some of our colleague case, I don't know. But I think our decision to be here today, we all was aware that we're going to do a resolution, and we should stand by it. And or else, if you don't want to sign, you just state it through your signature that you won't sign, then criticizing and making more people to stay at a distance. So I think my correction is on the first one, whereas the African Israel Summit is committed to promoting awareness of God's love for Israel and the Jewish people across Africa and globally, and aim to educate forming political leaders. I don't think it should only be because you even complain about United Nations and other people. So I think stakeholders or decision makers, not political leaders, because people that are hindering your existence are not only political leaders, they are also bilateral partners. So I think we can look at it as a body and see what can be done about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that maybe in the second section, I mean, we spoke here a lot about the real conflict and what is coming, understanding that it's not a territorial issue, but it's more a religious and a cultural conflict more than all. And I see a lot of what it is about the borders and the existence of Israel and the security and everything. But I think it's really important to reaffirm that the people of Israel are the indigenous people of the land of Israel. And I think maybe we can add that with the right of Israel to exist in the second section, just to reaffirm it, that we understand that. Maybe something like, we affirm, or we affirm that the people of Israel are the indigenous people of the land of Israel, and Israel's right to exist within secured border, and such and such. I think it just sends a clear message, first of all, that we understand that this conflict, it has a territorial aspect, but more than anything, it has a historical dispute, a cultural dispute, and a religious dispute. And that's the source of it. We tackle the source, we resolve the main problem. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm John Agan from South Sudan. In fact, I have two comments to make. And I think all of us who are seated in this room, we are very much aware that the Israeli people, they are part of humanity. And there is nowhere that they could not have a room from the planet that has been created by God. By the way, let us remind ourselves, if we not support the Israelites, and Israel will have no land, all of us who profess Christianity will come to nothing. So it is also our biological function and rights to see that Israel are given chance to exist. And they should exist rightfully. They are not existing because they are sympathized. They should exist rightfully because Muslims, Buddhists, Christians, all of us believe that this land has been created by God. It was not created by human. So every human being existing in this world has a right to exist in the piece of land. Let me give an example of my own country. Before I became a South Sudanese, I was a Sudanese. And by the way, those of us who have studied our history, should it be the world history or African region, it was clear that the Arabs entered into the Sudan. And there were indigenous people in Sudan, including me speaking here. Sudan means the land of the black. That is the definition of Sudan in the Bible. So definitely, when Arabs entered as human, and they are human, it was definite that we decided in 2011 to divide this land, which was the land of the black, with the Arabs. Why do we think in this room that the Israelites have no right to divide the land of Palestinians among themselves with the Israelites? What is wrong with that? We have examples. So my point is, let us go to our assemblies, let us go to our governments, and lobby them that Israel has the right to exist. And they must exist where God has given them as a land. It is a right. And those of us who are fearing not to say this vocally, you can say it behind door. There is no problem. But for those of us who are brave enough to stand our own rights, as to stand also for Israel, we must say that in one accord, that Israel must exist, and it must exist without permission from anybody. Because this is a human right. It is a human right. What happens if God says tomorrow that all humans are not existing here? What will happen to this world? Will you come back? No? Because God is the master of this world. And if we are breathing now in this room, it is because God has permitted us to do so. Israel has the right to exist. And we must, all of us in this room, we must go back to our government and we let our government support this idea that Israel must exist. In their own land, they are not taking permission from anybody. They are not taking permission from anybody. They must exist, and everybody, including the Palestinians, should accept that Israel must exist. It is a must. If they don't, we have the whole right to make decisions altogether. For me to be a South Sudanese, it was a contribution from Israel. I was trained in Israel as a soldier. And I came back to South Sudan, and I fought, and I have now a nation. Now, if Israelites could support me, and I achieve my rights, why not me today supporting them to achieve their rights? It is just the same argument. So let us not fear. Let us not confuse the conference. Let us say that we go out from here and we lobby our government to accept this reality. And God is there to guide our steps. Thank you very much.
I think we move to adopt. Sorry, this
Shall I say
discussion.
small thing, something is small.
1 minute, Bishop.
Okay.
The discussion is not for anyone outside parliamentary. You know, so they can lobby through the parliamentarians, but the signatories are the parliamentarians. So if you feel that you're on the crowd and you have a burning issue, please speak to one member of your country or wherever it is, then they can present any matter that needs to be presented. Carry on, Bishop. I think the last contributor, because of time, and then all amendments are being printed. We haven't found or seen any opposition to any proposed amendments so far.
Honorable members of parliament, and my own honorable members of parliament from South Sudan, I just would like to concur with Honorable John Agany, who have just said this statement. The Bible says, tell the truth, and the truth shall set you free. We are here today in this room from our various countries to defend the people of Israel. Why we are here to do so?
It is because our biblical connections is telling us that without Israel, we cannot call ourselves Christians. Christianity without Israel, ladies and gentlemen, is just like a water jerrycans without water. Take from me today. And if we are Christian because we are blessed, as it is said in Genesis chapter 12, if we don't support our brothers and sisters in Israel with all our hearts, and then we are cursed, we will never survive too if we let this great nation to be destroyed by demonic, satanic followers who pretend to be God believers. We all aware, on the 7th of October a year ago, when innocent lives were lost, with 1,400 Israelis were killed by terrorists. We were very much aware. And that was the real cause. And to draw your attention to that land where the Israelis are living in is a promised land. Promised by who? Promised by God himself. Who can deny what God says? Tell me, who can deny that? It means that land, that particular land, is belong to people of Hebrews, Jews, and Israels. You like it or not? Coming back to the reality whether we are blessed by our various parliament, we come from South Sudan knowing what we are going to say. Whatever paper, whatever agreement we do here is going to be signed by us without fear and favor. Our position as South Sudanese is uncheckable. We have taken the point of no return because we are Christians who believe in the scripture, the Bible of meaning, and the meaning of life. God bless all of you.
Be of good courage, God told Joshua.
Thank you very much. I want to confirm that the amendments that you've proposed factored here by Beatrice, who is a conference administrator. And I'm asking you one thing, as a priest. We never sat and thought about this conference. It was not something out of a reaction of the war. It was not out of our own inspirations or cognitive nature. It is God himself who asked this to be done. Let me give us more history. A few years back, God spoke through Eric, and how I knew it was a confirmation is because immediately we spoke about it, I said, the same thing had come to me. The need to congregate Christian legislators to agree on certain biblical dictates that God has asked us to do. My weight as an African politician was the fact that I have seen errors and errors and errors that nobody knows about, and that has pitted us against God. There's a book that we have given you. Maybe you can... There's a book that we have given you. We'll show you a small video. This is accurate research. This is not someone's imagination. This book reads, Will Africa be blessed or cursed? I will bless those cursed. This is a research on African nations that stood with Israel then and the prosperity that came to them. And immediately when they veered away, what happened? You can actually get backed up research on this book. I want Africa to be saved. My greatest cry to God is that I never, whether Arab or Christian, I really want the Africa that I come from to be saved. Now, God spoke this thing one. I was going to the chairman's conference last year in Jerusalem. Then I missed the flight. And in missing the flight, it was really important for me to get to the chairman's conference because as the Africa director, I had a role to play. And I asked God, that was weird that I missed that flight. Because we had dreamt to do this years ago. No single coin was coming. There was no way of doing it. We went to Malawi. We asked His Excellency whether he can host this. He didn't answer, but it was very resource heavy. We went to many nations asking them whether they can host this. But initially, God had said, I want it in Ethiopia. But when it delayed, we started looking for politicians that can fund it. It didn't work. Then when I was navigating to Jerusalem, I delayed my flight, and the airline put me here in Skylight. This location is not chosen because of rates or anything. When I arrived here in Skylight, God reminded me, and He said, do you remember that conference for legislators I talked about? I want it to be done here in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, here at Skylight Hotel. I took out my phone, I messaged Eric, and I said, God has said this and this and this. In the morning, I called my brother, Pastor Manuel, who's an Ethiopian pastor. He's part of the ministry that is hosting us. And I said, please come. God has spoken clearly about that vision. And I said, come, we pray. We prayed, and immediately we prayed. A few days later, the resources came to host the conference. When I arrived here to do the conference, there was an angelic visitation. It is not us who have gathered you to force you to do anything. God is my testimony that it is Him who has gathered you. And you're not signing it, first of all, as members of Parliament, obligated to the dictates of the policies of the diplomatic policy of your nation. Please put your faith first. Even if you put the country first and God sees what you're doing, what guarantee do you have that you'll come back to that seat? Are you going to pray the same God that you said you're not going to support on His things? I'm not saying that to manipulate you by any chance. You are at free will to abscond. You are at free will to say no, and you are at free will to accept. That said, the signature will be passed through by this lovely lady. There's your name against your signature. Please, if for some reason that you find it difficult, leave the space blank. But we also ask you, when you go back to your countries, we beg you, we will fly there. Get us one member of Parliament. If you cannot sign, I beg you in the name of the Lord, get me another member of Parliament in your country who can sign and does not want to back down on anything. And I say that respectfully. The signatures will go around. Please sign. All the amendments have been adopted. We will share this privately to you. You're not signing on behalf of your country. You're signing as a member of Parliament of that country, but not under, as a signatory of the state. But take this to Parliament and say, a private member's motion, I want you to adopt this at the end of the day. That is what we're going to do. And there's nothing ridiculous or crazy contained in there whatsoever. And so that said, the signing is gone. We will all, once that is signed, it's a private document, the publishing, whatever it is, please don't worry about too many things. Once we manage to get a certain number of countries, we want to do a ceremony in Jerusalem, and we will invite the ones that sign. We will get the blessings of the rabbis in Israel, and we will meet the Prime Minister of Israel. And thank God if Trump wins, I would really love it that you're not signature. This is a new dispensation in faith-based politics. We must change the world, one man at a time, one nation at a time. It doesn't matter how long it is. God is our witness that He sent us here. We have gathered. He is doing His will. And once the first man has signed, which has happened, we will make sure that every country signs. Yes. Perfect. And Sharon will take us to the Temple Mount at the end of the day. Yes. You signed before the offer.
I am not compromised.
Yes. Amen. It's for God. It's for God. Yes.
Well, thank you for giving me the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished personalities, we've had a very energizing 2 days. And I don't think that there's anyone here who is going to go home and will not have something to do. We are told that faith without action is like an empty drum making noise. Our faith will be followed with action. And to me, what is important is what we do when we get home. Signing or not signing is just a decoration. You're putting some flour in a jar. We have had a lot of education here. In fact, I'm very energized. Many things have been brought to the light, not only to open our eyes, but also to open our minds. And to start with, I don't think that anybody came to this conference whose country is against Israel. I think everybody who is here, their country supports Israel. That is why they could afford to be here. So in the first place, we are, all of us who are here, all countries represented here, if I'm not mistaken, are supporters of Israel. And we are going home to work, to take action, individually or collectively. But individually, if we are going to take collective action, those of us who are here, we will be the ones to bring about the collective action to fruition. Because somebody must start. There must be a mustard seed somewhere. You must drop that 1 grain of corn to be able to have a cup of corn. So what I'm saying is that we should go home prepared for action. I'm very impressed by the word faith-based diplomacy. And this is what all of us are going to be doing when we get back home. Faith-based diplomacy. I was very impressed yesterday with a question that came up when we were having a dinner, when I think it was the assistant mayor of Jerusalem, who said, what are we going to be remembered for? Just the number of terms that we have been in parliament, or the number of bills that we were signatories to? The most important thing is what we are convinced that we have done for the benefit of humanity. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going home as individuals, but we must not forget that our faith in the Lord is going to lead us to do more for what is right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Senator, for those wise words. What I wanted to inform you about is the power of agreement. Nothing in heaven or on earth beats agreement. The Bible says in Matthew 18:20, where 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, I am among them. But for what? The Bible continues to say, in the same book of Matthew 18:18-20, it says, assuredly, this is a guarantee. I say to you, whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. Again, I say to you, if 2 of you agree on earth concerning anything that they ask, it will be done for them by my Father in heaven. The term bind here is a legal term meaning signing on one accord. Today, we have signed on one accord. This is on record in heaven. Your names are on record in heaven. That is a biblical principle, that whatever human beings who have met in my name sign, heaven will adjudicate. That's the reason why when you say, no more persecution to the land of Jews, and we sign together, you will find out that the enemies are defeated, one way or the other, because heaven has deployed the will of those who met in the Father. So I think, remember you said you have a testimony. We'll do one testimony. Once the signing is done, we will do a group photo. Then please remember that today we have a dinner to celebrate the declarations. Some surprises will happen in the dinner. But most importantly, many of you have questions on how do we collaborate on developmental matters with the nation of Israel. Honorable Amit will be taking you through that path. We want you to go back to your constituencies, knowing that you can bring technology, knowing that you can bring certain solutions, knowing that you have things that are visible even to your constituents and the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. Je voulais faire ces petits témoignages parce que comme ma sœur a dit qu'elle a signé. Quand ma sœur a dit qu'elle votait pour Dieu,
Lorsque my sister said that she was voting for God,
Maybe there will be additions to the translation.
ce témoignage m'a vraiment monté sur le cœur.
This journey really stroked my heart.
Ok. Alors l'année passée, lorsque en octobre, le conflit entre
In the
Israël et
recent year,
Palestine
in the conflict between
a commencé,
started,
j'étais tombée sur une publication sur les réseaux sociaux
I
d'une
found a
liste,
publication of
social media.
social media
Yes. D'une liste des entreprises juives qu'on avait demandé à boycotter.
with a list of companies that were requested or organizations that were requested to be boycotted.
Alors, il y avait une fille en France qui, elle aussi, avait une entreprise et on avait fait une mauvaise campagne pour elle.
So there was a girl in France and we did a bad campaign for her.
Et elle a pleuré sur les réseaux sociaux.
And she was crying on social media.
Et moi, j'ai pris sa défense.
And she took her defense.
Mais je ne savais pas que de l'autre côté, ces personnes étaient organisées.
But I didn't know that the other side was well organized.
Ils ont signalé ma page Facebook qui avait 150 000 abonnés.
They signaled her Facebook page that had how many followers?
150 000,
150,000 followers.
Et je ne savais pas dans quoi je me mettais.
And I didn't know what I was putting myself
J'avais
into.
pris position pour Israël sur les réseaux sociaux
I took a position on Israel on social media
sans savoir que dans
without
9
even
mois, je
knowing
serai invitée
that
dans
in
une
9
activité.
months I will be invited.
Et je suis allée en campagne sans ma page Facebook.
And I went on
campagne.
campagne, like the outskirts or like the
Campagne électorale.
vacation.
Campagne
The campaign.
électorale.
Je pensais la campagne.
Oui, sans ma page Facebook.
She went on a campaign without her Facebook page.
Et je commençais à me poser la question, est-ce que j'avais bien agi de prendre position
And I was asking
publiquement?
myself whether it was the right decision to take a stand on Israel.
Et c'était vraiment passé.
And it was really going through.
Mais aujourd'hui, je comprends que Dieu ne fait rien au hasard.
But today, I understand that God's doing nothing just randomly.
Quelque part au Congo, je ne savais pas que j'allais un jour être ici et défendre
One day in
publiquement
Congo, I
cette
would have
cause.
never imagined being one day here in this
Et
conference.
je le fais vraiment, je pense que je le fais pour Dieu.
And I'm doing it for everybody. Thank you very much. That's bravery. That's real bravery. Taking the risk of getting hurt in different ways for what you believe in, for what you believe is right, and the way that you believe that God is guiding you. It's bravery. Thank you.
I want to affirm that she is our new chairperson in that country. I hope you've translated for her. You're a new chair in your country. We have a new chairperson. I think we have a member signed, sorry. Is that you want to contribute? We would like to close the plenary floor. Sorry, thank you, yes. Would you like to translate? I think it's
Oui, je parle en français.
je parle français.
I'm sorry for English. My English is not very well, donc I speak French. Merci de nous avoir donné la parole.
Thank you for
Bonjour à
letting
tous.
us speak.
Augustin, venant de Madagascar, membre du Parlement.
I am Augustin Sandrian Solo, member of Parliament from Madagascar.
J'insiste beaucoup sur le point que le christianisme s'étend dans beaucoup de surfaces, surtout à Madagascar.
I insist on the point that many Christians believe in Madagascar.
Le christianisme occupe beaucoup de place.
Have a lot of place in Madagascar.
Ok. Dans ce cas-là, si on laisse le chrétien, celui qui croit en Christ, de souffrir.
Those who believe in Christ suffer.
Pourquoi? Parce que la croyance du christianisme vient de l'Israël.
Why do the faith in Christianity doesn't come from Israel?
Donc, si on touche le fond,
everybody will do it,
si on coupe la racine, donc l'arbre se meurt peu à peu.
The racism will die slowly more and more.
Alors que la foi tient un rôle très important en Afrique pendant de longues périodes, en citant la paix, par exemple.
Sorry, what was the first word? It enters in
D'accord.
Africa slowly.
Si on parle, donc, si on éteint la foi.
If we speak of, if we were at.
Oui.
Sorry.
Donc, la paix en Afrique n'existe plus.
And when the faith doesn't exist anymore?
Yes, like that. C'est pour cela que je lutte et j'appuie avec les religieux ce mois de donner mon appui aux Israël. Merci.
So that's the reason why he fight for the company, for the friendship of Israel.
Ok, mais les problèmes chez nous,
But the problems for us,
les musulmans
the Muslim community
peuvent payer beaucoup de choses pour fonder un mosquée.
For the foundation of mosques.
Voilà le problème. Merci.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me do it. It's my way to bless you.
I want to talk. Greetings to you all in Jesus' name. I think I have to talk. Now, when we talk about signatures, there is no way we can shy away. As I sign here, my first signature has already reached Jerusalem. My first signature I have signed with my team in the parliament in Juba has already reached Jerusalem. So today, we have been here for the 2 days. Things have been very good. We have talked our heads. We have heard informations. Now we have finished up the conference with these very strong resolutions. What again is coming to give us fear? The Lord Jesus Christ, who promised to be with us up to the end of the age, is with us today. So as we go out from here, these countries, our presidents, the speakers in the national assemblies, these are our people. We go and tell them exactly what we have learned from here, what we are taking from here. If you reach home, talk in French, if that is the language for communication. If you reach home, talk in English, if that is the mode of passing information. Now, without Israel, there is no church. I want to tell you, without Israel, there is no church. There is no speaker. Africa should not be shaken. I want to thank God for my brother Eric Deng for initiating this. Because when we look at history, for us, South Sudan, to be called a nation, it was through Israel who gave us the arms to fight, who trained our soldiers. One of the soldiers is here, the one trained from Israel. So please let us just sign this document and let the papers go. Tomorrow, God knows what will happen. We are here in Africa, standing for Israel. The rest will be history. The Lord bless us. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think we close the plenary session. I would like to report that the amendments have been done. This document will be available to you personally and privately. And by the grace of God, we have 25 signatures. Glory to God. Please, you can clap. It means that the abstentions are below 1%, and it's because all nations have signed that are here. Because we had multiple members of parliament here from different nations. So I want to report that, and glory to God, that every nation that is represented here. And we will, whatever nation that has not signed, believe me, by the grace of God, we will get a representative from that nation. One member is not feeling well. The lady from Eswatini, we pray for her, and we'll be able to see her shortly, and she will append her signature, I'm sure. That said, it will be very important that we get a nominee who will stand here with a member of the Knesset. So I ask Honorable Amit and Honorable Sharon Heskel with His Excellency the Ambassador to come in front, to come to the front, to mount the stage. Could I have this podium removed, please, if you could? If I could get any members of parliament, representatives, who could go with this up and hand it over to the members of the Knesset or hold it jointly so that we can get a photo opportunity. Yeah, I want 3 representatives of members of parliament who together they can walk up and present it to their fellow members of the Knesset. Then immediately we join. We're just doing this as a joint venture. All of us, no, come. It's, it's numbers, Honorable. Yes, up. Then you can, I hope the cameraman. So it's the presentation of the Addis Ababa Declaration to the team of the Knesset by the African members of parliament in the first Africa-Israel Parliamentary Summit. Glory to God. Come on, celebrate, 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 celebrate. Celebrate. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Congratulations. You can do handshakes. You can hold it together. You can hold it together for camera. No, that is good. That is good. That is good. That is good. That's good. Congratulations. As we said, we have signatories from 25 nations. Well done. Well done. Please remain there. You will stand, I think, just enough to stand here on the first line. Then the rest of us will come here. And we will stand. Yeah, so you can stand there. Your Excellency, the Ambassador, I don't know if all of you can fit there. The rest of us, please, will come and file down here for a group photo.
should I say? Whom should I thank?
The members of parliament. Just thank the members of parliament for the resolution. Don't mention them.
Just the members of parliament
for taking a bold move.
Okay.
Make,
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, you know that,
and we
Eric,
build this package. Whoever's joining it, we're gonna set it.
Eric, do you know that my grandchildren are Jews?
No.
My firstborn is married to a pure Jewish young man from Israel, a white girl. So I've been sending to him and my daughter. And my son was the father to my son. Shah. Oh, good evening once again. Good evening once again. I would like to give a vote of thanks I would like to give a vote of thanks on behalf of the organizers of this phenomenal first ever Pan-African Israel Summit. On behalf of myself and the organizers of this wonderful summit, I want to thank all the members of parliament who made it to come to attend this summit. I believe it's not by might nor by power, but it was by the power of the Spirit of God and the grace for you to come. And this is not being taken lightly. And I just want to say thank you once again. And when you go back to your respective parliaments, please go and push. Go and push for for this declaration that has just been signed. I also would like to thank God for making it possible for all of us to come and attend this wonderful summit. And we're looking forward to more summits like this so that we can put more force on our parliaments, even to domesticate some of the declarations that we've done, and the more other declarations are to come. I just want to thank you. May I take this opportunity to thank Bishop Dennis Ntemba, Bishop from the host and the co-host of this summit. We want to say thank you for having a heart for the people of Israel. Don't forget, go with one thing that I want to mention. If indeed you're a Christian, know that once the existence of Jews is normal, you will not have the access even to the heritage sites that we go to visit in Israel, where the birth of Jesus Christ, his grave, his graveyard, or anything. It will be completely cut off from us. And I also want to encourage you to say, if you read the book of Joshua, you'll see that there's a time when they were fighting, and God killed more of the enemies of Israel by throwing stones. We do not have the power, but with God all things are possible. I just want to say, go in the might of God, and thank you so much for the work that you've done. God will bless you.
Amen, amen. Come on, clap for her as the mover. She has passed a vote of thanks to you members. We're extremely happy. Thank you so much for your courage. Just as David spoke to Solomon, the words that be courageous, Have I not commanded thee, be strong and of good courage? Be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whatsoever thou goest. God is with you. As we close, we'll just say prayers, but we'll convert those prayers to Jewish blessings by Honorable Amit Halevi. Then we will have dinner at 7. Thank you very much. Honorable Amit, you can come and recite Jewish blessings to us. Then we move on and then we break and have dinner at 7. Thank you.
Thank you all. It was incredible 2 days to hear from all of you the support of Israel. When you support in Israel, as you said, you support in God. You're part of the biblical tradition, the biblical foundation. And there is a bless that I mentioned this morning. I live in Jerusalem. We have here the former deputy mayor of Jerusalem that you met yesterday, Fleur. And we work in Jerusalem. My colleague Sharon and me in the Knesset. And if you want Jewish bless, so you want Jerusalem bless. And all the blesses come from Jerusalem. There is a verse in Tehillim, in David, Psalms, yes? Psalms, David King's songs that says the follow. I say it in Hebrew and then in English. 2 verses. The first one, כטל חרמון שיורד על הררי ציון, כי שם ציווה השם את הברכה, חיים עד העולם. Means, translations, how do you say tal? Jew? Jew? Dew. Okay. T? D? E-W. Dew, all right. Dew. Okay. So the dew that falls on the mountain of the Hermon, means the highest mountain of Israel, the mountain in the Golan Heights. This dew, Ketal Hermon, falls on the mountains of Zion. How it comes? Is it the dew of the Golan Heights or the dew of Jerusalem mountain? So the answer of King David is the dew of Hermon, you see it falls on the mountains of the Golan. But the source of this dew, like the source of every bless in the world, rooted in Zion, in the Jerusalem mountain. Yes? The dew of Hermon, the dew of Hermon mountain, falls on the mountains of Zion because this is the root of the bless. So that's why I also bless you from the source of the bless, of the blessing, from the source of the root of the bless, Zion, Jerusalem, and the bless is as follows. Yevarchecha Hashem mitzion, ur'e betuv Yerushalayim, kol yemei chayecha. Means God will give you the bless of Zion, the bless from Zion, and you will see the goodness of Jerusalem for all of your life. You, your families, your people, please, you remember that I defined following our Honorable Eric that we are here in a local call, right? So you should think that this conference, it's like a branch of Jerusalem. We are in a way, we are in Jerusalem now. So bring this bless of Jerusalem to your families. Take the air from this conference. Take the air, the blessed air of this conference to your people, to your families. And please God, we will meet here next year. Yes, Dennis? We will meet here next year, but we will have approximately 54 representatives of Africa states next year. Hallelujah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Amita Levy. Please note that the meeting and the plenary session is henceforth closed. Congratulations. God bless you indeed. Genesis 12:3 be your portion in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach. Please interact with your various members of parliament. Note that there's tea outside and some snacks, and then we meet at dinner at 7 o'clock so that we can then rest early. But glory to God for everything that he has done. And please, for the French-speaking delegates, the headphones that you have, please hand them over behind the booth. Thank you very much. God bless you all.